What's going on, folks? It's Kid Shorty Gamer Nation in the building. Here going live. Fix up my turban right quick. Trim my beard a little bit. These things. Hope I'm looking good and official. But this is Kid Shorty Gamer Nation in the building. Here to critique. I want to say my OG, because Izzy Bands or Real Mills, Izzy Bands, Angry Man, they're close to their 50s, so they're my OGs. Shit, I'm only 32. But here to critique this, or breaking down this panel talk, and as the title says, breaking down panel talks, women's protection and black men's struggles. A lot of times on these panel debates where you have black men debating black women, what tends to happen is the host of the panel will allow the women to filibust and talk, and make 10,000 points per minute. And by the time they're finished talking, the man who wants to challenge what the person is saying, right? You tend to forget a lot of the talking points being said. Like for me, for example, I have ADHD. You feel me? So even though I can remember certain things, if I make an assessment and the other person is making an assessment against my argument now, the longer they are drawn out, and I don't get to immediately attack what their counter to my argument was, and then long to debate other people, I'm gonna forget about what they was talking about. You feel me? And a lot of times what Izzy Bands will do is he'll jump in and he'll give his point of view instead of letting the two people ride out. You feel me? And we're gonna review this. I can't share screen share at the moment, so I have to play it through a secondhand source, right? Uncle Jeff made some points. Raw B made some points, and I guess her man made some points. I don't know who he is. A Cellulite Podcast made some points, right? The thing is, they were debating. They were talking about a discussion between, or a debate between Yada Awakening and Fugazi. Now, Raw B and a couple other dudes on the panel, they were for Yada Awakening and they were against Fugazi. Now, even though Fugazi is full of shit and Yada Awakening is full of shit, the reason why most people are going against Fugazi is because apparently he represents the Red Pill community. And Yada Awakening, he because he comes from maybe a biblical point of view, or Yada Awakening, he uses elements from the Bible and the Quran to justify his sympatry, per se. Right? And a lot of times, if it's debating against somebody that appears to be red pill, they're typically going to be biased towards the guy that's going against the red pill dude. Because now the red pill space in general, it speaks about the truth. And even though Fugazi is sort of, he's an idiot, basically. Right? Or I'm not going to say he's an idiot. Well, Fugazi's issue is that he had talking points that he himself was not preaching or practicing what he preached. You see what I'm saying? So now that's the fatal flaw with Fugazi's talking points. Bro, get your bitch ass block out of my chat, bro. Hold on. Bro, I can't believe I gotta say this shit every damn chat. When you walk into my panel, respect what I'm talking about. Don't talk about anything else besides the topic of the show. Respect me. Respect the people in the chat. Contribute to the chat. If you're not going to contribute your intelligence or whatever else to the chat to cultivate a good space here, just leave. You know what I'm saying? I'm aware of my talking through the nose problem. I'm aware of all of these things. That's something I'm working on. Feel me? But just like you respect the Fresh and Fits and these other podcasts talking about bullshit, Respect the show is actually talking about something of substance. Like the more I start streaming, the more I start getting serious. Now, back to what I was talking about, right? So now, because the red pill space in general uh, critiques women, something never done before, it now puts women in the hot seat. It exposes the 304s. It exposes the bad women in society, which has never been done before, especially in black culture, especially in the black community, right? Um, because in black culture, for example, black men have always been held accountable for hip hop lyrics, or dysfunctions in relationships, uh, and how we operate in everyday society. So in black culture, black men have always been held accountable for not operating in which we are supposed to be operating. The blame has always been put or shouldered on to black men for why black women are not operating with how they're supposed to operate. It's always put on black men, which is a logical flaw, right? Just because, well, the logical flaw in that is that just because, um, or your femininity shouldn't be tied to my masculinity, whether I'm operating or not. Your femininity should be tied to yourself. And you should operate on your femininity because that's who you are. That's part of your base of who you are. That's like I, as a man, should not become a man because of a woman. I should be a man because that's who I am. That's how I'm designed to be, based upon, you know, how God designed me and my designation. I'm a man, so I'm supposed to operate like that, regardless if a woman is there or not. The same should go for the woman. A woman should be a woman, regardless if she has a man in her life or not. She should be a woman. You feel me? But oftentimes in black culture, and black community, we'll always put it on the black man that if you do A, B, C, and D, the women are going to submit, right? And the thing about it is that black men are doing A, B, C, and D, and the women are still not submitting. And every time when we showcase black men that are in the abundance that are doing A, B, C, and D, we always get charged with, well, Pookie and Ray Ray still doing this. Hood nigga still doing this. This nigga over here cheating. That nigga over there DL gay. This nigga over here. So now, the negative dudes that the majority of black women choose to follow, right? Those negative dudes, because black women are choosing to follow those dudes become the representation of the black men as a whole. Even though you have black men out here separating themselves from those lowest common denominator of negative dudes, we're still being held accountable for the actions of the negative dudes. Even though majority of black men in general are doing what they're supposed to be doing, but black women are not following or choosing to follow the majority of black men, right? And then we want to blame hip hop and entertainment. We want to blame all these outside influences, right? Which, in some degree, it is true in some degree, right? Hip hop, red pill space, manosphere, they have an influence on you. But you as the person or the individual has to choose to follow that influence. The influence is not forcing you to follow that influence. The influence is not, pushing you to follow that influence. You have to make a choice in yourself to say, is what this hip hop music influencing me to do? Is this something I'm supposed to be doing? Right? We do this all the time with white people movies, with Hollywood. Rock and roll. How is it that white people are able to listen to hip hop, but not allow hip hop to influence them to do stupid stuff as a collective? We have to say that to ourselves, right? Now, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play this right here.
Or break it down like that. They just say, as Uncle Jeff was saying earlier, they just say things in absolutes. Like if you're this, that, and the third, this will happen.
Well, to Uncle Jeff's point, and Yada did actually speak about it last night, right? You're the leader. You're the man. You're the leader. Therefore, why are you even entertaining women that you don't want?
Well, let me say, Ro. Hey, hold on, Ro. Hold on, real quick, Yardy, because this is the thing, Ro. Right?
I was about to. What's going on, small YouTuber? I was gonna answer Raw B, and then what Izzy Band does, instead of letting us counteract each other, Izzy Band just jumps in, and I kind of don't like that because I had an actual response for what she was saying. Right? Let's play it back. My response to what she was saying is because what Yada Awakening does, and it's nothing new. It's been said in the black culture and black community for a long time. If black men lead properly, black women isn't going to fall in line, which is a feminist talking point, right? Because now what feminists do is they focus or they blame the reason why the women are misbehaving, not on themselves, they blame it on the men, leadership. They don't put it on themselves as, okay, I did not listen to the proper leader that was going to lead me to a place of to a better space. I chose to listen to somebody that was negative. Now, what Raw B said is that, well, black men, you're a leader. Why are you picking women that you don't know that you don't want to be with? Well, the thing is, when you come talk about the dating game, which I have dated Asian women, white women, and black women, mainly black women. I used to be a personal trainer in my 20s. Used to do martial arts and all these other good things. And then when I was doing personal training, I've dated black women from East New York, Brooklyn, from Harlem, from Queens, all over New York. So I'm saying, high quality black women, all of that. And really and truly, when you're dating that person or you first approach that person, you may be attracted to that person as far as physically or sexually, but you don't know if you want that person or not. That's part of the vetting process. And a lot of times when it comes to women, right, they tend to put up a mask before you. They're not telling you who they are up front. Most men, we tell you who you are up front based upon what we say and what we do. Black women, and we're talking about black women right here now, because I'm a black man that mainly dates black women, and is going to marry a black woman and have children by a black woman, right? Black women, they don't present to you who they really are up front to you. Whether they are a 304 pretending to be a lady, or they're a lady, or they're an actual lady. They're not going to tell you who they are up front. Well, a lady's going to tell you who she are up front, what she's willing to do, what she's not willing to tolerate, which is good, because a lady's going to be honest with her dude, as it should be. A man is going to be honest to that lady. A good woman is going to be honest to that man, right? Or two good people with good intentions are going to be honest with each other and respect each other if they're not a fit for each other, right? That's how that go. But typically, black women don't tell you who they are up front. So it's not that you're choosing to be with a chick that you know who you know you don't want. You don't know who this person is. She can be presented and lie to you. You now want the presentation that she presented to you. It's not that you're wanting who she really is because you don't know who she really is. She's presenting a front to you, right? Now, I would say with black men, we do have to be better, vet properly, and know what to vet for, what to see, and what to avoid, right? Which is why we have a black manosphere now. Most black men in the millennial space and Gen Z, they don't know, especially the younger millennials from, I want to say, the early 1990s, going into Gen Z, going into Gen Z, right? Lucky for me, I'm from East New York, Brooklyn, and I had OGs giving me game, and I had to go learn game for myself, right? So lucky for me, when I approach a chick, I could tell if you're a gold digger based upon how you respond to me. And even if you're gonna play the long game on me, I know how you're gonna respond to me with that because I've dated. You feel me? I pay attention to how women talk, how they speak. A lot of times there was box I could have had, but because you said something, then I said, nah, I'm gonna just avoid this person or just block this person, right? So fortunately for me, I had that game. Most dudes don't. Most black men that are early 90s millennials and under that, they don't know what a woman looks like when she's put on the front and what she looks like when she's being honest and then what to see moving forward. Right? So Black Manosphere comes down with the Angry Man and they give him the game. Angry Man did a beautiful show yesterday, giving black men the game. Shout out to the Angry Man. That I wish I had known that game in my 20s. Right? But oftentimes you're the leadership in your household or you're the leader as a man, right? And now you're going into the dating market. You don't know who this chick is. You don't know who she is when you approached her. You don't know who she is when she gave her your number. She may not have presented herself to you in the beginning as a gold digger when you approached her. She may not even present herself as a gold digger when you take her on a date. She may not even present herself as a gold digger when you smash. You're only going to really know these things depending upon the woman's level of game or her intentions 6 months, 8 months, even to a year down the line. You're not going to know that in the first 3 months, first week, first 2 weeks. You feel me? A lot of these chicks, you got to wait them out for a long period of time to figure out who they really are. And especially during the dating game, you're not with this chick 24/7. Even if you just smashing or you go on a coffee date or you go into a Shake Shack for a date or whatsoever. You don't know who this chick is. And now because most black women, they don't hold themselves accountable, they don't have they don't have a separation from a lady or a good woman within their ranks. You can go to Uptown Manhattan, Fifth Ave or Saks Avenue, 42nd Street, and approach plenty of black women in a better quality area, and you might run into a couple hoes. Hoes dress modest too. 304s talk properly. 304s talk proper. 304s are not just tied to the hood or East New York, Brooklyn, or Uptown Harlem or Queensbridge. I know this because I'm out here in New York in the dating scene. I've been to Canada and dated women in Canada. I've been to Florida. I've been into a lot of places and talked to women of that. Because with me, I was always fascinated with the people of a certain environment. So if I'm in Canada, I want to know how those women are in Canada. What are they like? Or if they're any different from the women from New York. Like if I go to New Jersey, where I'm at in New Jersey, I'm going to walk and just talk to people, observe the people that's there, look at what they eat, observe the culture, see if it's any different than the environment of New York, right? So, in my assessment, right, you don't know what chick is a 304 from what she's not. I don't care where you approach the person. You could be in Manhattan, 42nd Street. You could be in one of those suburban rural areas of New York like Valley Stream or Union Turnpike. You have no idea. Because most women are not going to tell you who they are, no matter what you say or what you choose to lead yourself and say with. You're not going to know. See, that's the problem with Yada Awakening and Raw Beat. Right? You put it on a man because he's with a chick or choosing to deal with a chick that's a wrong chick, but he doesn't know that's the wrong chick yet. Plus, we have to address that in black community, from a lot of the simps like Yada Awakening and a lot of the pro-blacks. They've programmed black men to pick the wrong type of chick. What's the wrong type of chick? A chick that's disrespectful, a chick that's just a 304. Every time a black man in these spaces say, I don't want a 304, or I don't want a chick with a high body count, we tell that nigga he's insecure. Or if he doesn't want to date a black woman that's fat, or he doesn't want to date a black woman that's from a certain type of area, he's insecure about his leadership. That's what we tell black men. Those who are part of the culture. Every time black men set a standard, and the standard is, I don't want this type of negative black chick that's disrespectful and unruly, we tell this nigga he gay. And then we tell this nigga when he gets into a relationship that he got to keep doing this, that, you got to take on more dates, you got to be this, that, and the third, you got to be on this level, and she gonna submit to you and submit to you and follow your lead. We don't tell that brother, okay, this chick is the wrong chick, you need to leave that situation. We tell this nigga to stay and keep dealing with that person. This is what you hear from a lot of the bloomers like Steve Harvey. This is what you hear from a lot of basically the bloomers. Like yesterday, I went to go to a store, right? In the store, this chick with a fake BBL ass cuts in front of me. I'm going to go say something. A bloomer gonna call himself tying her shoelace. I'm like, what kind of gal clown is this? In Jamaica, we call suckers and simps gal clown. I'm like, what kind of sucker and simp is this? This bitch skipped the line. I'm about to go say something to her. You're not gonna tie her shoes. And the whole time I'm thinking they're together. They weren't. This was like a random chick with a random old bloomer ass nigga going bending down to tie her shoes. Right? This is textbook bloomers. Textbook bloomers. So we have to address the fact that the reason why a lot of black men choose the wrong type of chicks is because the culture influences black men to choose those type of chicks. And I know earlier I said that you could choose to follow those influences or you could choose not to follow those influences. The problem with that is now with black men, we get shamed consistently. You know, you gotta save black woman, and you gotta be this upstanding man for a black woman, not for himself, but for black woman. And you gotta marry these type of black women, and you can't run away from black women. And that's the Yada Awakening's talking point. Awakening's talking point, right? You cannot. You gotta forgive these black women. You can't throw away these black women. And it's not black men saying we trying to throw away these black women. We're telling black men as the leadership in the household that, hey, black women, you have to step up here, here, and here. But black women don't listen to those brothers. So I'm gonna play a little bit more right here.
Hey, like you ever get in so as men, let me just speak absolute instead of ask you a question, right? As a man, I've got around a woman that I liked initially, right? Mm-hmm. And as I got to know her and actually got to know her instead of her representative and who she was claiming to be, I started to notice things that I did not like. And as I started to notice things I did not like and realized that she wasn't the woman for me, of course I slid off, right? But at the same time, it's a matter of time between the time where you meet someone and you're excited about getting to know them, and then you actually get to know them and be like, yeah, this ain't for me.
Right. And I was gonna say that until Israel Mills jumped in. I already had the response for Robbie because what? I'm familiar with how their talking points before YouTube. I grew up in the Moorish. Let me say this, right? I went to the Moorish Science Temple of America out there in the Black Nationalist Theater. I've heard a lot of the pro-blacks from Polite, from Taj Tariq Bey, from Sabir Bey, from 5%ers, from all those different subsets of what you call pro-blacks. I've been up there. I've heard these talking points from the Hotep niggas, from the We Guys niggas, from Black Woman is God niggas and shit. I've heard all them talking points. It's not new to me. So I already know what she was going to say. And plus, I'm not a lame nigga, right? Well, right now I'm kind of struggling. I'm in a situation, but I've been outside, so I already know what she was gonna say. Is a real man jumped in before I could respond to what she was gonna say. A lot of times when that happens, it gives the black woman on the panel a way out or to escape what I was going to say because I can't counteract or jump back on. Let's continue.
Okay, right? That's cool. I was just talking about this earlier this morning on Sharon's platform.
Mm-hmm.
In that time period, you shouldn't be having sex.
True. Absolutely true.
So people...
I agree with that. I'm dating like that currently now. I don't smash the chicks that encounter on the first day. And I know a lot of you niggas in the rap pill space is gonna be like, that's gonna see this video in the future, gonna be like, well, how do you know if that chick is playing you or not? Well, because I have experience. I know when a chick is gonna be a gold digger. I know when you call me at certain times of night talking about spend money on you, you just revealed yourself to me who you are, and I just block your number. You know what I'm saying? If while I'm dating you, and I tell you this is how I'm dating, and you present to me yourself as this good type of chick, and then I go on your Instagram, and I found out you're not, I'm just not going to continue to date you. Right? Feel me? But then, I got to say, because I have experience, that's what's giving me the game to figure out those things. A lot of black men, they don't know. They honestly don't know. Right? And then at the same time, right? Why are we not telling black women or holding black women accountable for if you know you're not attracted to that dude, you know you're not interested into that dude? Why would you sit your black ass in front of that dude or allow that dude to take you out on a date? You know he's not interested in you. Why? Because she's trying to play a game on that nigga. Right? See, black men, we can avoiding distracts, but that's not going to stop black women from having strikes amongst their ranks. And this is the reason why black men cannot tell the difference between the strikes, the 304s, and the good women, because they will not hold each other accountable. They will not clean themselves up. See what I'm saying?
It's a fact.
So people will have sex, right? They'll have unprotected sex at that. And then they'll sit there and say that women are hoes and women are having deletions and women this, that, and third, but they don't actually want the kids.
Yeah, but first of all, women control the access to sex. No man can sleep with a woman without a condom unless she gives him permission for that to happen. At the end of the day, if that woman can say, even though we're going to have sex, you got to have the real condom, that dude is going to get a condom. Now, am I saying that men shouldn't have, as a man, you should always have a condom with you, right? The thing is that it's the responsibility of the woman to make sure she's protecting herself and taking birth control and making sure that the dude she's talking to, part of his protocol or his program or his whatever you want to call it is that he wears condoms. And the moment she sees that he's not talking about safe sex or wearing condoms, she should no longer deal with him. The evidence of that is within the STD rate amongst black women, where it's higher than the black men. So obviously black men are wearing condoms and they're protecting themselves if they're not catching as much STDs, or the percentage of STD rate is not as high amongst black men as it is amongst black women. Right? Black women have the power to delete their babies. Black women have the power to, if she wanted to, terminate that baby or not. Black men don't have a say-so into that process as of now. Black women control that. And rightfully so. She has power over her box and she has power over her sex, and she can determine that. I can't. So what Rob B just said, that is on the responsibility of the woman. Now, I will say this, and this is going to critique red pill space, because this is a problem that I have and I run up into in these spaces, is that because of a lot of the talking points of the red pill, and you have so many individuals over there with their own talking points and shit, what will happen is somebody like Roy B will use a talking point that's coming from maybe a Fresh and Fit, maybe a Donovan Sharp, or maybe any other of those guys, right? And a lot of those guys may say, okay, cool, they want that access from box from women, but at the same time, you're calling them 304s. So what Uncle Jeff was saying in this stream was that a lot of people in these spaces like Fugazi, they talk in absolutes, or they leave a talking point out there without breaking down what they mean. So I'm gonna break down this talking point, right? During the Victorian age, you had brothels that you had what you call 304s or harlots that were there, right? So during the Victorian age, you had ladies, you had good women, and you had the 304 at the brothel, right? Did the Victorian age of men engage with the 304s or the chick that's working at the brothel? I don't know how to say that word properly. Forgive me. At the brothel, yes. Right? They did engage with the women that were at the brothel. They did. But did it engage in the same way with the woman that was a lady or a good chick? Right? The Victorian age of men, they didn't treat the lady or the good chick like a 304 at the brothel, or what you would call today a thought or Instagram model. The Victorian age of men, they were only going to give relationship or gentlemen access to a lady. They were going to do the 304 like a 304. So the problem in the red pill space is they will tell you that all these women are 304s. They will separate, they themselves will not separate the difference between a lady, a good woman, and a 304. Like Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit will try to teach you how to turn an Instagram model or OnlyFans chick into a good woman or a lady, but you're not supposed to do that. You cannot change a chick into what you want her to be. She's going to be that way, or she's going to be a lady or not, or she's going to be a 304 or not. In other words, let the ladies be ladies, let the 304s be 304s, right? So men of gentleman status have always dealt with 304s in the Victorian age and before. It's just that they were not going to wife up a 304, and it was actually shamed for men of a gentleman status to be in a relationship or a marriage with a 304. A lot of people don't know that during the Victorian age, men were shamed for wifing up 304s. Because as a gentleman, it was a status. And if you're a gentleman, you're not going to lower yourself down to wife up a 304. It made the men look bad. Like it was like a sign of you weakening yourself to date a low-tier women. A lot of people don't know that. Like if you're a dude and you wifed up a 304, you were shamed for that. That's what we're not talking about. Like a lot of the men of the old times, they got shamed for marrying low-tier women. In this day and age with the black community, it's the opposite. We shame black men for dating good women, and then we at the same time we promote black men dating 304s or being crash dummies. Right? So a lot of times in these red pill spaces, because everybody's so subjective and you have individual talking points, or what happens with Raw B, say you have a Fugazi versus Angry Man. Angry Man, you have a more traditional space, but Angry Man can have substance with his thing. Raw B will go debate Angry Man, but she'll use something from Fugazi, a talking point from Fugazi. Even though you can say Angry Man is manosphere or red pill. Fugazi's also, you can say, is red pill. But Raw B is going to take a talking point from Fugazi and try to argue that against this is something that Angry Man is saying. Even though you've heard Angry Man get up and say, no, well, even though I say that you shouldn't date a stepmother, my reasoning for why you shouldn't date a stepmother is different from Fugazi's reasoning why you shouldn't date a stepmother. Like, for example, Fugazi, come to find out, Fugazi is in a relation is a stepdaddy, and he also has children. The woman he's with also has children. I've heard Angry Man say, well, I'm a stepdaddy, but that's because I already have children already, and the woman that he's with already has children. Angry Man is saying to the younger gentleman, if you don't have kids, it's not wise for you to get into a relationship with a woman that has kids already. That's what Angry Man says. Versus Fugazi's talking point is, as a young dude, you should just not get into a relationship with be a stepdaddy. And period. Fugazi doesn't even break it down. Right? Let's continue.
But they've actually not invested the time to make sure that the avatar of the woman that they're dealing with is one they want to have for a long time or have any longevity. So we keep playing this game, and women do it too. And they get on my nerves as well. I'm sick of these hoes as well. But people will sit there and they'll make excuses. Oh, well, they turned into somebody else. Oh, they're not the person.
Raw B, the problem with when black men makes excuses, we get held accountable and say, well, you should have picked the proper woman. Well, you should have vet properly. Well, stop making these excuses and make the adjustments and find a solution. Stop complaining. Stop your bitching. So, see, black men, we get held accountable for making excuses. Angry Man did a whole show yesterday on holding men accountable for making excuses. And we get charged with putting in the work to get the results that we want. The problem is that because a lot of black men were getting bad advice from the bloomers, from black women, and the culture, we were putting in the work in the wrong way, right? Now, because of Angry Man and the Manosphere and the Tommy Sotomayor, we get the proper advice to put the work in the proper way now. See what I'm saying? That's the difference. Black men, we don't get to complain and make excuses. And with the 10 years that we've been on the internet, shout out to the Angry Man, shout out to the original OG Tommy Sotomayor, that's the first time that black men have been able to actually speak what their issues are, complain about what their issues are, which as a king in your castle, you have the right to complain about what's going on in your castle. Why are the guardsmen not guarding the gate? Why are the guys that's responsible for fishing and bringing in poultry, why are they not doing their job? A king has a right to ask these questions because as the king in your castle, you set forth the structure, you providing them protection, water, heat, all these good things. And they're supposed to be in service back to you as well. So you have a right to say, okay, cool, black women, if you have black men that are willing and able to do A, B, C, and D, why are you not doing your job? And why is there not a separation amongst your ranks, and why there's not a differentiation between the 304s and the good women? Because black men, we separated ourselves from the players and the max and the pimps. We've done that. The problem is that black women are not cleaning up themselves. All right, let's continue.
Person I want to be, oh my God, will she let me slide in her without a condom? But like, what? Of course she's gonna let you do that if that's what you know what I'm saying, if she's low level and that's what you're trying to do. But to Uncle Jeff's point, you ain't sliding in no prostitute world. So if you treat women for recreational use, why are you sliding in these prostitutes' world?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense. That's a fact. Now that.
So, Raw B, are you saying that majority of black women are prostitutes? Because right now, we don't have a percentage of which black chick is a prostitute from who's not a prostitute. We don't know. And like I said earlier, you cannot tell who's who in the beginning. Or like what Israel Mills was saying, which is what I was going to say. You cannot tell who's who in the beginning. You feel me? Now, will I agree that black men should protect themselves from or wear condoms or whatever? Absolutely. But like we know, that's not the majority of black men that's doing that. That's 8% of black men that are out here slipping and sliding in bitches' row with no condoms, putting themselves at risk. But that still doesn't take away from the fact that you got women out here who are not prostitutes. Mind you, there are black women out here who are not prostitutes, who are not 304s, allowing black dudes to get them pregnant. That's what we're not talking about. We're not talking about the black women who are in the community, who are not 304s, who are not prostitutes, who are not for these streets, behaving in a strag-like manner. We're not talking about that. We're not addressing that. We'll address black men when we're not behaving in a proper manner. We'll shame black men when we're not behaving in a proper manner. But we'll pull punches and excuse the black women who are misbehaving.
That part I agree with you wholeheartedly on. What's up, Sal? What's going on? Salutations to you. I could agree with you wholeheartedly on that part of it, right?
And this is where the wars come in.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, when you're trying to get to know somebody, then you should not be engaging in intercourse. You should be engaging in just getting to know them without any extra until you're sure that that's your person or that's the person that you're going to be with. Unless, of course, it's a transactional situation.
No, AZ Bands is going to go on a whole diatribe, and I can't, at this point, I'm forgetting what Raw B is saying. While Uncle Jeff and them were talking, I'm forgetting what Raw B is saying. Because they're going on this long goddamn diatribe. And because I respect the panel and I respect the host, I don't turn up like I want to turn up. Because when I turn up, I go into Super Saiyan Grade 8 Brawly form. And I turn up, really turn up. And the louder I get, the more threatening my voice sounds to you. I've always had that as a growing up as a kid. Because I have a deep voice. The louder I get, the more threatening it sounds. So a lot of times I end up having to nerf myself in certain environments. Right? And because I respect Izzy Bands and how he wants to run his panel, I don't turn up like that. And plus, he don't know me. He know Uncle Jeff, he know Anger Man, he doesn't know me like that. Feel me? So I don't get to now jump in. No, as the video plays, you're gonna see when I start to jump in, because at that point I'm getting tired. Like, you let her talk and do this whole diatribe, she gets to go back and forth with Uncle Jeff, and I'm forgetting what she's saying as they talking. Let's go.
And in which you handle that a totally different way.
That's what whores are for.
Right, I got you.
Oh my God!
But not raw diggity dog though. You can't.
Okay, no, never. Why is that ever the case? Unless you're okay. Here's my point. And as a woman, Robbie, tell me what you think of this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I wholeheartedly believe in what you're saying, and I am not being facetious when I say the following. I think that two people, they meet each other. Hey, I really dig you. I want to take you out from time to time. ABC, I really want to get to know you, but I want to leave sex out of it. While I'm leaving sex out of it, that doesn't mean I'm having sex. I'm not having sex. That just means I'm not having sex with you. I am paying someone to deplete my sperm count that I am not, because I'm a man. I kind of can think that way and compartmentalize. Hence, horse system beginning of time. I'm over there with that. And I'm over there with that with somebody healthy. I pay decent money for it to see to it that neither of us, I don't transmit a disease to you, from her to me. None of that. I think that should be legal. And I wonder how, from a woman's perspective, you feel about it.
Uncle Jeff, that's what you're messing up.
I just spoke to this earlier this morning, too. I don't care what you're doing if I'm not sleeping with you. I'll just get to know you. Wait.
But then what are you going to do, bro? But that's what, hold on real quick. I'm sorry. What are you going to do in the meantime? Go ahead.
What do you mean? I'm going to hold myself to the values that I hold myself to. If you feel that you need to do what you need to do, you know, there's always 6 months to a year in a new relationship before people are fully faithful and, you know, they're in alignment with what a relationship is. There's always that time frame, roughly, that people got to get rid of baggage and they make mistakes, which is why a lot of people's relationships fail as well. They have unrealistic expectations on that transition from singlehood into relationship. But I'm not giving somebody any sex 6 months to a year because I'm getting to know them, they're getting to know me. Once your feelings are such a certain type of way, then, you know, you won't want to have sex with somebody else.
Sorry for my beard.
But if you do, that's on you. If I find out you having sex with somebody else and I leave you, that's a decision that I made. And that's a risk that you have to take. It's a game of risk. Because if you're talking to a woman for 6 months to a year, she's not having sex with you, but she's out having sex with other people, then she's a 304, right?
Right. That's what I was trying to get at with that. That's why I wondered, you know what I'm saying? Because how would you feel about it, Jeff, Uncle Jeff, if your woman were doing the same thing, the woman that you're interested in and getting serious about her, seeing if you're serious about it, did the same thing? How would you feel about that? You there, Uncle Jeff? Okay, he stepped away. But yeah, that's
wait. Let's not act like men and women play by the same rules in that case. And also, let's just keep it real off the top. I'm the one test drive
hoes and women are having deletions and women this, that, and third, but they don't actually want the kids.
Off the top, I'm the one test drive that car.
For that particular thing, you know what I'm saying?
Off the top, I'm the one test drive that car. I'm sorry, I can't have.
Wait 6 months to a year in a new relationship before people are fully faithful and, you know, they're in alignment with what a relationship is. There's always that time frame, roughly, that people got to get rid of baggage.
This is where Robbie is full of shit. All right, this is why no woman that's really attracted to you is gonna wait no damn year, gonna abstain from sex in a damn year. No, no woman or man that's highly attracted to each other are gonna abstain from sex for a year. You feel me? Now, I'm not saying that you should go have sex on the first day, right? But you're not gonna wait for a whole year to not have, especially if you're attracted to the dude. You feel me? And what we don't want to acknowledge is the biology, right? The reason why men can biologically produce or sleep with many different women is because that's in his biological nature to do that. He produces billions of sperm every day, right? And it's his responsibility to repopulate the earth and reproduce. He carries the sperm, right? The reason why women cannot do that is because while women are pregnant for 9 months, her engaging in that activity puts her at risk and that child at risk. Second, if you read the Quran and you read the Bible, women are the weaker vessel, so they fall more prey to the sins of the world, right? So as a man, I can engage in certain things, and because of my logic and my reasonings and how nature designed me, me sleeping with multiple women are not going to affect me as much as it does to the women. Because I think in the Quran, and I'm trying to look it up right now, I'm trying to find, there's something in the Quran that states that the reason why it says that when men leave the house, the woman's there to stand guard of the house and the property. But at the same time, she's weaker. Let me see if let me go to propexity right quick. Type up in perplexity to make it easier for myself. Edit. According to the Bible, are women weaker to sins? Now, my issue with religion and the Bible is that oftentimes the word of the Bible or the word of Quran conflicts with the reality of nature, right? So now the Bible, it's supposed to be what the word of God is, but it's coming from interpretations of what God's word was, right? And then that becomes a problem. You know what I'm saying? When you have when you study the Council of I forgot how you say that word, the Council of Anasia. I don't know how you say that shit. But basically, how religion was created, especially with Christianity, was a group of people coming together to create a monolithic deity to worship. So then when you have that, and you have various different books being put together to create the Bible and the Quran, and then there were books that were being left out, a lot of times now it becomes, it's like the word of God has been tampered with. You feel me? And then when you have the Bible that's being rewritten, watered down, and plagiarized, and then you have the New King James Version of the Bible, where now we learn that King James, he was forced to write that Bible the way it was written. You feel me? According to the Bible, women are not specifically described as being weaker to sins compared to men. The concept of women being weaker vessels mentioned in 1 Peter 2:3 verse 7 is primarily understood to refer to physical strength, not moral or spiritual weakness. The Bible teaches that all women, regardless of gender, equally susceptible to sin. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, which applies to both men and women. The idea that women might be more prone to sin is not supported by biblical teachings. In fact, the Bible provides numerous examples of both men and women have fallen into sin, as well as those who have demonstrated great faith and righteousness. It's important to note that weaker vessel reference is meant to instruct husbands to treat their wives with understanding and honor, recognizing them as equal heirs of God's grace. The passage emphasizes the value and dignity of women rather than implying any moral or spiritual inferiority. See, now that's subjective right there. Right. Now, is it true that both men and women are equal to sin? Yeah. Equal to or weaker or susceptible to sins? Yes. But one person is weaker than the other to sin, which is the women. See, this is coming from because a lot of times, oftentimes in this new age of thinking, they'll interpret something saying in the Bible from a feminist point of view that men and women are equal. So they'll interpret what's being said as, okay, God is saying that both people are equal to the grace of God, and both people are equal or prone to sin. Yes, men and women prone to sin, but one person is more prone to sin than the other one. See what I'm saying? Because that's how it's been told to be, right? Traditional gender roles. Many men still feel pressure to be. Oh no, that's something different. All right. So that's this. Woman complexity. Let's go here to the Quran. Women weaker to sex. Weaker to sins. Have you ever noticed in the Bible and the Quran that in the beginning of the Quran and the Bible, it shows God as being this masculine, unforgiving individual. But every time there's a prophet or some type of leader of that time that just come through and just start simping. And I get it, you're not supposed to be abusive towards women, but at the same time, you ain't supposed to be a simp either. I wish I could. Oh, you know what that passage was? Quran maintainer. And to the NOI guys, y'all gotta set y'all shit straight because niggas like Y'all Awakening will use that shit and manipulate men into doing the dumbass shit for women who are on, and manipulate the words of the Bible to influence men to be suckers and simps. By the way, Raw B, if you ever see this video, I don't give a damn if y'all want to be lead men into being suckers and simps and under matriarchal. I don't care if y'all black dudes are dumb enough to follow Y'all Awakening or Fugazi or any of these pro-black niggas leading y'all into being suckers and simps. That's on you. However, don't push that bullshit on me. And I have a right to push what I want to push on my channel. I'm not pushing down to be patriarchal if you don't want to. But if you come to my channel, that's what I'm going to be talking about. I want to read this. Now, in my opinion, let me play the rest of Israel Mills while I'm looking for this. Shout out to Israel Mills. I want to see Israel Mills and the Angry Man grow their channel and become like a regular daytime talking show. You feel me?
Because they make
I want to see Angry Man and Israel Mills become like Cam and Mace, become like Cam and Mace and shit. You know what I'm saying? Where did I go? The Uncle Jeff, he lost some areas in here too. And like I said, for me, because I have an issue with my speech, I can't really go in like I want to because I can't articulate certain words properly. So that's something that I have to forgive. I have to fix about myself. Hold on, let me see this. Oh, shit. Oh shit! I'm gonna study about the Quran and the Bible. I'm gonna study about the Quran and the Bible. There's a lot of books I want to study and read. Here it is. This is called Sahha International. English translation. Welcome to the Quranic Arabic Court. I'm gonna put this in the chat. Post this up in the chat. So y'all can go read this for yourselves. Yeah, I'm gonna start studying the Quran and the Bible now. Something I gotta do. When I was younger, growing up in the Christian church, I never really paid attention to a lot of stuff. But now I should. Men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other and what they spend for maintenance from their wealth. So righteous women are devotedly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first advise them, then if persist, forsake them in bed, and finally strike them. But if they obey you once more, seek no means against them. Indeed, Allah ever exalted and grand. Now, that's crazy. They say that the women who disobey you, strike them, which I don't agree with, right? My thing is if it goes to now, I have to not be with you in the bed, or I have to not sleep in the same bed with you, bro. I'm just gonna be out of there. But it does say if they obey you, don't persist. Leave them alone. Let's see. There was something, an explanation of this somewhere. Let me see if it's in this. Right here. I'm trying to find out where. All right, so I can't find that scripture, right? But let me go into what Robbie is saying right here.
Which is why a lot of people's relationships fail as well. They have unrealistic expectations on that transition from singlehood into relationship. But I'm not giving somebody any sex 6 months to a year because I'm getting to know them, they're getting to know me. Once your feelings attach a certain type of way, then, you won't want to have sex with somebody else. But if you do, that's on you. If I find out you having sex with somebody else and I leave you, that's a decision that I made. And that's a risk that you have to take. It's a game of risk.
Now, if men say, okay, cool, I'm going to wait X amount of time, not have sex, and if I found that you're having sex, I'm going to dip. Men are going to look at as being insecure. Men are going to look at as you're not forgiving this chick for a past life, and et cetera, et cetera. All the shame and tactics that black men have gone through. Every time when we listen to a chick that say that he decides like, okay, if I found out that you're not a good chick or you're out here sleeping around, I'm going to dip. Black men are being phrased as insecure. But if black women set that standard, they're able to have that standard, which is ironic to me, right?
Because if you're talking to a woman for 6 months to a year, she's not having sex with you, but she's out having sex with other people, then she's a 304, right?
Right. That's
who said that? Who?
That's what I was trying to get at with that. That's why I won. Right. That's
she's out having sex with other people, then right. She's a 304, right?
Right.
But she's out having sex with other people, then right. She's a year. But she's not having sex with you, but she's out having sex with other people, then right. She's a 304, right?
Right.
Yes. A man cannot be a 304. Right? Man, remember, men pursue women for sex. Women have to give access of sex to the man. So man cannot be a 304. Women can be a 304. That's that feminist thinking that we're all equal or the same. This is why we have a lot of problems, right? See what I'm saying? When men are engaging in or pursuing for sex, I have to get access or permission from that woman to get sex from her. In an instance, she has to mutually agree for that to happen. So I'm not the 304. She's the 304. So it's not the same. Literally, that's not the same. The only way it would be the same is if now women are now going to approach me for sex, which that doesn't happen. And even if that's the case, that woman still is approaching me to give me access to her box. See what I'm saying? And like the only way that could be the same, which is not, is if now every time I approach a chick and she like, so let's break this down. When we say that the women control the access to box, right? See, if I am pursuing a chick, right? If the man controlled the access to box, then I'd be able to approach 100 chicks in the next hour and smash all 100 women. Because as soon as I approach a chick and I say I want some box, automatically her draws drop. But that doesn't happen. If I approach 100 chicks today and only 2 are attracted to me, I'm only going to be able to smash 2 out of the 100 chicks. If by tomorrow I approach another 100 set of women, if none of those women are attracted to me, I ain't getting box. That's how that works. That's how that works. All right, let's continue.
That's what I was trying to get at with that. That's why I wondered, you know what I'm saying? Because how would you feel about it, Jeff, Uncle Jeff, if your woman were doing the same thing, the woman that you're interested in and getting serious about her, seeing if you're serious about it, did the same thing? How would you feel about that? You there, Uncle Jeff? Okay.
Let me speak up for that, right? Women and men are different, right? It's more dangerous for women to operate that way because women, once they tap into that chaotic mode, they lose control of themselves, right? Men, because we have logic and reasoning, we actually have a stopgap, right? Once men release that tension, there's a rest period for us. I guess it's like nature's way of putting certain what you call certain stopgaps for men so we don't go out of hand. You feel me? Because we're the bigger, more physically bigger and stronger. And we're smarter too. Don't get it twisted, right? And at the same time, women are receiving those energies from those men. Right? Men are what you call Johnson is external. Women, their sexual organs, they're internal, and they absorb germs. This is why a lot of women go to OBG, what you call them, those gyno doctors or whatever. Right? This is why, depending on the type of rags they bathe with, it can affect them because their vagina absorbs the ink from colored rags. See what I'm saying? This is why there's so many different health products to benefit women because they absorb a lot of germs, right? As opposed to men, our sexual organs are external, so it's not as dangerous for men when we engage in these things as it is for women. Now, because women, they operate based upon feelings and emotions. Once they get into that deep end, it's hard for them to come back to the side of good. They just fall all the way up to the left. Men, because we can compartmentalize and we have more logic, right? We know how to balance ourselves. Women don't. Now, am I saying, is it right Because there are a lot of things that we do in society that isn't right. But because if we don't do these things or make concessions for these things, it can cause problems, right? Is it right that men are out here just smashing 304s left and right, and then now want to come out and talk about he want to engage with a good chick? That depends, right? If you're saying that this guy is a player now, or he's into sex culture, or he's in an open relationship, okay, cool. But if you're saying you're a traditional dude, you're saying that you're more into, even if you say you're not traditional, but you're more into a monogamous relationship, the way you date in the market, you shouldn't be smashing 304s. You should be dating good women and ladies to eventually find a good relationship, right? See what I'm saying? But that's the difference. The reason why, like I said earlier, women cannot operate like that because they're more weaker to that stuff. It's more dangerous for them to do that. But because of how civilized society is and how men have done a good job of taming society and making it safe, it would appear as if women can now do the same thing as the men are doing because we're not in the independent danger. You have contraceptives, birth control, and all these other things that women can take parts of to prevent them or save them from a lot of the chaos and the dangers that if we were back in medieval times, go look up medieval times and how healthcare was back in those times. Terrible, right? So let's continue.
He stepped away, but yeah, that's
Wait. Let's not act like men and women play by the same rules in that case. And also, let's just keep it real off the top. I'm going to test.
Women don't play by those same rules. In my opinion, 80% of women, they're not going to wait a year, 6 months or a damn year to give a dude a box, especially if she's attracted to him. That's not happening. There many times I've heard that same scenario line from Raw B. There many men have fell for that same line that Raw B said. And what we'll do is you should have date the proper pool of black women to find better black women. How many different pools that black men have to date into and tap into? Because you hear the same shit from the niggas in New York, Florida, Texas, Jamaica, Trinidad, all over the 50 states of America, wherever black men congregate, they're all saying the same shit. All of them saying the same, having the same collective thought about, okay, you're telling me to find a better pool of black women, but every pool I go to, it's the same shit. So one can say it's not 100% on the black men. One can say that there's percentage of responsibility on the black women to clean up themselves so we can have a better pool. Or instead of trying to find a better pool, why not clean up the pool that you're in?
Drive that car. I'm sorry, I can't have you up under me for 6 months, me not get a little taste of wine, a little kiss of cake. I'm sorry, baby, I got to get me something out of that deal. That's too long for that to collapse. So, you know what I'm saying? Elaborate, right? And if you talk about lifetime, I'm going to be with you forever. You gonna be, nobody knows that. I mean, 3 months is a long time to wait.
What Raw B is also not taken into consideration is if after I wait 6 months to a year to get the box and your box is trash, I'm out. Or what if I give you dick and you don't like my dick or you don't like the way I'm fucking? We're sexually incompatible. Like, y'all let women sit up here and lie to y'all niggas. Women say, oh, it's not about sex, it's about friendship. No. Bullshit. Right? Sex is a very important component into the relationship for both you, the man, and the woman. If you guys are sexually incompatible with each other, it's not going to tie y'all together. And you're going to end up separating anyway. That whole 90-day rule, 6 months rule, a year rule, once y'all get into the bedroom and y'all begin to smash, and the smashing sucks on either side. Maybe the way I clap your cheeks is not good how I clap your cheeks. Maybe the way how you ride me ain't how I like it. We're going to end up breaking up. More particularly on the women. If the women get to a year or 6 months and your dick is trash, or even if your dick is good, but she just don't like how you fucking, she going to eventually leave. Or your dick is trash according to her. Because women are very subjective in their thinking.
Days is a long time away.
I mean, because I was asking you a question.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the question I was asking for you, Uncle Jeff, is what happens if she's operating the same way that you're operating in that span of time?
What do you mean?
If she's going out doing her, she has a person that she sees for that particular thing, you know what I'm saying?
Then she would be a 3 or 4. She would be a 3 or 4. I'll answer for Jeff. She would be a 3 or 4. And she's not standing on business of who she says she is. You feel me? If you're going to tell me that you're not going to have sex with me or anybody else because you're waiting to get to know me, and I tell you, okay, cool, I'll agree with you on that, but I'm still going to be doing what I'm doing, right? And you now say, break your own rule or your own standard, then that's not a reflection of me because I told you who I am. You told me that you're waiting to get to know me for 6 months to a year, and now month 3 or month 4 or month 5, you're sleeping with other people. So you broke your own rule. And again, women and men are not the same because we're not equal. My sexual function is different from her sexual function. I produce billions of sperm every day. Testosterone surges to my veins every day. My primary function as a man is to go repopulate and reproduce. That's why I'm built that way. Women don't function the same. If I get 10 women pregnant, that's 10 women that now are out of the game because they have to. It's going to take them 9 months to give birth to 10 children. And in that position, that's when they're in their weakest state. Right? Women are more weaker to STDs and these things. Because at the end of the day, they're receiving the germ. They're receiving things. They're receiving the germs. They're receiving all these energies. Does that have an effect on the men? Yes, but not as heavy. Because like I said again, if my biology as a man is to reproduce with many women for the purposes of repopulating the earth, those soul ties or those soul energies are not going to affect me as much. You feel me? That's why with the Bible it says it's trying to promote monogamy, because according to God in the Bible, it's recognizing that, certain things in nature will lead to a lot of chaotic behavior. So now when you read the Bible and religion or the Quran or whatever, it's basically trying to tame, or Allah or God trying to tame man, trying to give man structure, law, and order, and discipline. But when you separate religion from what nature is and what nature say, or the laws of nature, right? Nature says that man carries the sperm and the seeds and they're to reproduce and repopulate. The women are the ones that are the vessels for that sperm and that seed to grow into a belly and reproduce children. Because really and truly, nature is ugly and chaotic. Let's just get that out there. Nature is very ugly and barbaric. This is nature. And, men trying to tame themselves and be civilized, not to fall to the praise of or the barbarisms of nature. Let's continue.
Basis while she's just getting to know you and not giving you the cookie.
Well, I have absolutely no problem with it. Here comes the caveat for the American black woman. Mathematics. once I say don't screw bums, that cuts the lead time down dramatically, because the whole issue is that from a social standpoint, that's the only reason we have these issues. From a biological standpoint, she ain't even really supposed to be doing that anyway. But I'm cool with it as long as I don't expect to be the only dude competing for her hand. I'm not the only dude competing for your hand. What I'm telling you is that the way I'm going to keep sex out of every night that I spend with you is that I have sex with other people. That's what I'm saying.
Right, I understand with that as a man, but
you're like, that's the thing that women don't understand, right? As a man, I have to go against my biological nature to be with this chick for 6 months to a year just to have sex, and then come to find out that this is the wrong chick, and then you'll blame the man for picking the wrong person, right? That's like telling a chick to date a man that's broke, right? And then believe that he's going to have the potential to make millions of dollars 6 years down the line. You feel what I'm saying? That's what that's like. Or to sacrifice herself to now be in a relationship with a 50-50 nigga. That's what that's like. So women don't understand because they're not men. You feel me? They don't understand that from the man's position that I'm not have to sacrifice my biology to be in a relationship with you, to vet you for a year or so before we have sex. And then what women don't understand is that because of men's refractory period, if once I have sex with you, there's no guarantee that I'm going to stay. Because of that refractory hormone, let me read to you what refractory is. Refractory hormone. See, men, we accept the natures of women. We accept the natures of women. We don't try to change the nature of women. We try to navigate it, right? But with women, they try to change the men, right? Let's go with this. Refractory hormone. Oh shit. Oh my God. Hold on. Hormone refractory prostate cancer is a complex and challenging condition in the progression of prostate cancer. It refers to a state where the cancer continues to grow and spread despite treatments to lower testosterone levels. Damn. Holy shit, I have to go look into that later. Refractory. Let me go to Google. Refractory period. After sex. Okay, refractory period. The time after an orgasm when a person is no longer able to respond to sexual stimulation. Duration. The refractory period can last from a few seconds to more than a day. The length varies from the person to person and depends on the factors like age, health, diet, lifestyle, libido. Males. The refractory period in males is heavily influenced by hormones. Younger men may only need a few minutes to recover, while older men may need as long as 12 to 24 hours, right? Period. You can actually catch cancer from that. That's crazy. Okay, here it is. Why do men's mood change after ejaculating? Oxytocin, which is commonly known as the bonding chemical, or love hormone, as women experience it both after sex during the maternal activities such as childbirth and breastfeeding, can also cause relaxation in men, again, contributing to the continually unaroused state after ejaculation. My boyfriend loses sex. Oh, they actually did this is called the Irish Times. Right? Because what's happening is that the testosterone in the male releases during the refractory period. Oh, hold on. No, I do not accept. I do not accept. No, I do not allow. All right, let's go here. There it is. So Irish Times actually does and I'm going to post this into a chat. And this is what I mean when I say religion versus nature, right? However, I noticed that once he ejaculates, everything stops. Even if he said he has brought me close to orgasm right before, I've told him how much this frustrates me sexually and upsets me by making me feel he doesn't care about my pleasure. And he has apologized, but he says this is just how men are. He loses his drive for sex. I know he generally loves me and I love him, but I find this situation very frustrating. And I'm being really selfish. It's just how guys are built physically. Should I be bothered about this at all? This is frustrating, not your situation, mine. Not your situation? Oh, mine. Because now I have to write a phrase that will destroy the thesis of many people online who desperately want to believe that I am to you. What the hell does this mean? There it is. Like many people who have sex with men, you discover the odd little quirk in men's physicality, which can cause them to physically power down after sex, leaving many in a disgruntled partner fuming beside a man how happily snoring in post-orgasmic bliss, or as in your case, a man not happily awake but sexually disinterested in post-orgasm bliss. Following orgasm, men experience a refractory period, which is the recovery phase during which it is physically impossible for men to have additional orgasm. During this time, the phallus may be sensitive and further sexual stimulation may actually be painful, which is why men shouldn't keep trying to have penetrative sex after orgasm, as they could cause them self-injury. So there's even a stopgap with men when it comes to having sex with multiple women. Now, again, even amongst men we're not equal, because there's some men that, even though they go through the refractory period, they can keep going 3 or 4 times after the first one. But there's some men who can't, right? So even with men, there's a refractory period where we power down and go to bed. Knock the fuck out. So even with men, When your women are saying we're sleeping with multiple women, this, that, and the third, and we're sleeping with the 304s, there's things in nature that prevent us from overdoing that. You see what I'm saying? And it's saying it right here. Let's go into it. Following orgasm, men experience a refractory period, which is the recovery phase during which it is physically impossible for a man to have additional orgasms. During this time, the penis may be sensitive or further sexual stimulation may actually be painful, which is why men shouldn't keep trying to have penetrative sex after orgasm, as it could cause themselves injury. Having sex post-ejaculation is also dangerous if condoms are your primary sole form of contraception, as they could leak or break. It is thus wise for a man not to have any sexual stimulation immediately after orgasm. And luckily for them, there are a multitude of chemicals helping to make it easier for them to power down and roll away from you. No matter how irresistible you were mere moments before. Research shows that during ejaculation, men release a cocktail of brain chemicals, including norepinephrine, serotonin, oxytocin, vespersin, nitric oxide, and the hormones prolactin. Prolactin represses dopamines, a key chemical in the desire and motivation, and is linked both with sleepiness and feelings of sexual satisfaction. It's thus a de-arouser of sorts, and temporarily decreases men's desire for sex. Studies have shown that men deficient in prolactin have faster recovery times. Interestingly, studies have also shown that orgasms enjoyed through partner sex releases 4 times more prolactin than orgasms from masturbation, which means that men are less likely to feel sleepy and calm after masturbation. Oxytocin and vespersin, 2 other chemicals released during orgasms, are also associated with sleep. Oxytocin, which is commonly known as the bonding chemical or love hormone, as women experience it both after sex and during maternal activities, such as childbirth and breastfeeding, can also cause relaxation in men, again contributing to the continually unaroused state after ejaculation. Now that's the chemical side. Let's talk about communication. 2 things concern me that you're not listening to, and respecting your partner when he clearly tells you what his physical and emotional limits are around sex, and why are you tying up your pleasure in his orgasm, right? Now, clearly that's stating that men have a power down button after sex, and it breaks down the chemicals and all the other stuff in it, right? And clearly the woman wanted to keep going. Now, just imagine if we're in a chaotic society where we are right now with 304 phase and all these other things. Just imagine in another society where they're just free willy-nilly with their box. See, with men, there's something to power us down. With women, there's no power down. This is why it's more dangerous for women to go through that, and it's not as dangerous for men to go through that, right? I'm not sure why you seem to be trying to hold on, let me say this. And I'm not sure why you seem to be trying to impose a somewhat arbitrary order of events onto your sex life. Why you feel like he should orgasm before you do, or that if you want an orgasm after he ejaculates, he has to give it to you. Because of the cultural prioritizing male pleasure over women's pleasure, many women feel pressure to bring their male partner to orgasm. Now, this dude is not going to turn this shit into a motherfucking feminist bullshit, bro. This is why you got to be careful reading these things. But they broke down what the refractory thing is, right? Broke that down to you. All right, so let's go back to Raw B.
What I'm saying is that's kind of a dangerous spiral to go down, because if she has the same mentality as you have, then that's how things get spread. Because the truth of the matter is, it's kind of like what they say up here, right? Once somebody retaliate, you can't mitigate or regulate how they respond, right? So if a woman is doing her thing and you're doing your thing, you can't regulate how she gonna do her thing if you're not.
Why would I want to do that?
So that's what I'm saying. So then, but you said, what I'm saying is, you saying, well, just don't be with any bums, and yeah, like she gonna do what she want to do.
Oh well,
Right, because a man sleeping around, right, even though he may be just using women for recreational purposes, he's low key showing that he's a bum, right? And
No, that's cap, Robbie. Because if that dude, because most women, they're attracted to dudes that can get other women. That's cap, right? And second, if a man is showcasing his sexual value, right, that's also attractive. That's also what women are also attracted to. Because if he walk up in that bedroom and his sex game is weak, you're not gonna fuck with him. So that's cap.
no,
his,
no, wrong.
Hey, hold on. Let her finish real quick, y'all, and then y'all can respond. Go ahead.
that's a matter of opinion, right? Because it shows a lack of self-control. And here's the gag and the drag about that a lot of men don't.
That's the problem. Matter of opinion and not fact. So Uncle Jeff allowed Raw B, not Uncle Jeff, Izzy Band allowed Raw B to get into a subjective opinion-based argument instead of stating the objective facts.
Don't understand. When y'all are out there sleeping with a whole bunch of other women, there is an emotional disconnect. Y'all really think y'all can compartmentalize it,
But how would you know that? How would you know what a man is thinking when he's having sex with multiple women? Men are not as emotional as women. We're more logical and rational than women. So this is, again, women trying to project what they go through during the sex market onto the men. And because I couldn't jump in and correct her on that, right? Because I was going to jump in and correct that. But I couldn't because out of the respect for Izzy Bands and his platform.
it shows up in behaviors. It shows up in conversation. It shows up in how you attach, which is why I believe that people should be friends. And fortunately enough, coworkers usually wind up being the best bridgeways into long-term relationships because you got to observe someone on a consistent basis. You understand what I'm saying? From a distance or from a safe space in a relationship. And then you build from there. If you're spending 6 months to a year solely focused on one person, getting to know one person.
Black men have been trying to do that for the past 70 fucking years. And it has not worked. This is the same shit that they try to tell Kevin Samuels. 6 months to a year. What if that man gets to know you after, talks to you after sex, and that refractory shit kick in? That's a woman not understanding. Or even if you're a good person and he gets to know you, you're like, nah. You're like, now I'm in a relationship with you. This shit is trash. See what I'm saying?
You're not really thinking about sleeping with somebody else. And if you are, then that's on you. You'll never attach the way you need to attach because a portion of you is being given away so cheaply to someone that...
No, that's not the same for men. That effect is that is not this that same thing doesn't go for men. That goes for women. Right? And you have to remember, men are in a leadership position. He's physically tougher and stronger to deal with those type of situations. So it's not men are just giving away pieces of themselves to women. How is that possible if men carrying billions upon sperm to reproduce women? Oh, you know what? Don't just enter to my mind. She might be correct when she say that a man is giving multiple pieces of himself to multiple women. Because I'm dropping sperm or seed into multiple women, I'm giving away parts of me to other women. So I'm supposed to be doing that. I'm supposed to give away sperm or seed or parts of me to other women, so that those sperm or those seeds could go into her belly, so she could give birth to more people. So that is true in a sense that men sleeping with different women is him giving himself away, is him giving pieces of him to different women. But it's not a dysfunction in the men. It's not something emotionally draining of the men, because he's operating how biology dictates for him to operate. You understand what I'm saying? That's how nature dictates for man to operate, is to reproduce. It's to give pieces of him, aka sperm, to multiple women so that they can grow that child in their belly and give birth to more people and population in the society. That's what's supposed to happen. Now, because we live in a more Christian, biblical society, a man is supposed to do that with one chick, right? Again, I said that's religion versus the law of nature. The law of nature says that men are supposed to have sex with multiple women to reproduce. Religion says one woman, monogamy. See what I'm saying? So
That doesn't really care.
Okay. If I may.
Yes.
There's a number of factors we need to bring back around.
Hold on, Uncle Jeff. If you're gonna go to a number of factors, let me just say this real quick.
Izzy Bands, you let Raw B go to a number of factors. You let Raw B go to 2,055,000,000 factors on your show. Uncle Jeff goes in to say one thing, and here you come and cut him off. And now you're going to go into your diatribe or dialogue. And at the moment, I'm forgetting what I want to respond to Raw B, because I'm trying to respect Uncle Jeff and the rest of the panel. So I'm forgetting my responses. That's what I mean when I say how panels protect women and black men struggle. Because y'all will let these women go on diatribes and dialogues upon dialogue, hit different areas upon different areas. And before you give the brother to respond back to what she said, you come in now and you go through your dialogue, and and I'm forgetting what I wanted to say in the moment.
Remember what you're gonna say real fast. I just want to say, damn, I almost forgot. I would just want to say
forgot.
That
Izzy Bands forgot. Izzy Bands forgot what he was gonna say.
No. You should not get your bread where you get your meat. You should not shit where you eat. It sounds good, but in what
Izzy Bands was referring to something that Raw B said, because Raw B said something about, I guess something to the effect of, finding friends at your workplace or on your job place. And I agree with Izzy Bands on that. That's a very dangerous thing to do, especially in the environment we're in, right? Where you're trying to date a co-worker or somebody at your job, right? And then things get more emotionally tied, and this chick see you talking to a next chick, and she's now going to report to your boss. You're going to get fired, or you have sex with that chick. She don't like it, and she's going to now report you to the boss. That's problems. You feel me?
What's happening is that's too close to home. Like someone need to quit, or someone need to go somewhere else. But go ahead, Uncle Jeff.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to pretend I know what you meant.
When she said that, co-workers.
Workplace relationship.
Oh, please. Oh, yeah. I'm
adamant against that.
That works out so incredibly infrequent that it's almost as bad as a broke clock is right twice a day. Those are horrible.
Yeah. I agree with that.
No, what I got to back up to is the concept that a man's desire to spread his seed with
why are you even entertaining with
more than one woman points at character. That's wow, is that spits in the face of all, even there's some recent history that doesn't back that up. But I don't think it's about his character. I think it's about his character. I believe a man should be with as many women as he can be honest with. Now, for me, that's one. I have no interest. I'm cool. I'm 60 next year. I'm out the game. But
okay, for that one point.
I agree with Uncle Jeff, right? And there goes the argument that even amongst men are not equal, right? A man should be as many women as he can be honest with. Me personally, I don't know if I could be in a relation. I don't know if I want. This is what me. My problem is I do want to have children. I do want to have a wife. I just don't know if I want to be monogamous or I want to have a polygamous thing where it's just me and two chicks, or I have no idea with that one. I still have to figure that out. But I do agree with Uncle Jeff is saying. A man should be able to deal with as many women as he can be honest with, right? I think Uncle Jeff is going to lead himself into something in the Bible, right? But what I want to say, yes. So men should be with as many women as they can honestly handle, right? We always heard stories of back in time where men were polygamous, or if, say, a man's brother went to war and died, he's supposed to take on the responsibility of that brother's wife or whatever. But that was more in the context of like a business-wise, so that woman can be protected by some kind of man. That's what that was about, right? But yeah, right. I agree with Uncle Jeff. Like, be with as many women as you can be honest with, but the game is you got to know your limit as a man. If you know you honestly can be with just one, be with one. You know what I'm saying? The thing about with dating now is now when you're in the market dating and you're finding women that, are attracted to you and kind of want to vet each other around to deal with each other, you're going to be dating and vetting multiple women at the same time. And you're more like an open type of situation because everybody's competing for each other in the market. That's just what it is. That's the nature of the dating game. That's the nature of life in general. Everybody's competing. So when it comes to dating game, as a man, you're going to be dating multiple women. She's going to be dating multiple dudes. That's just the way it is. The question is, if this chick is saying she's not sleeping with everybody and she's waiting for the right dude to get to know the right dude to be in a relationship, is that her starting on business of what she's saying, or is she lying? So a lot of you dudes, what you should be vetting for is, does that woman stand on business of who she tells you she is? You feel me? And a lot of dudes, you have to be patient and you have to be tactical and you have to vet for more than just sex. This is why I agree that a man should not have sex with a woman on the first date, even if she offers it to you. You feel me? Right? Because you gotta make sure. My three things is respect, then business, then pleasure. Why I say respect first is because now if she doesn't respect me, she doesn't respect my instructions, she doesn't respect when I correct her on things, then we're not going to get to the business. What's the business? I'm trying to tell this person how I want to run things, my relationship, how I want to run a relationship, what I want to do for the future. When it comes to pleasure, then we can get to the sex. Because now you respect me, now you understand how I want to operate and run my business and what type of woman that I value or want to be part of my business, right? And if you have that understanding, now we can get to the sex part. And in my opinion, that's how I operate off of. You know what I'm saying?
One point, right? I'm going to ask you this. What does the Bible say about men and women?
So Raw, be introduced the Bible. Okay. Because during this debate, I thought Uncle Jeff brought it to the Bible, but Raw B brought it to the Bible. And see, now a lot of days, the Bible is being interpreted from a feminist point of view. Let's go.
The
Yeah.
Bible says, cleave one to another, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
It doesn't say cleave one to Sally, and then go cleave to Jane, and then go cleave to Kelly, and then go cleave to Susie, and then go cleave to. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it gives me pause and problems with Solomon, Joshua,
Moses,
David,
Moses.
Noah,
Noah,
Abraham,
all of these men had multiple
David.
This is the problem with the Bible, is that it contradicts itself depending on the context. One part in the Bible, it tells Adam and Eve to be fruitful and multiply. Now we understand that the concept of Adam and Eve is really talking about mankind and basically mankind and how God created mankind, right? And further along, Raw B is going to bring up Lilith, but she exposed herself to me on what her purpose was on that panel, right? Once you talk about Lilith, we're going to get into it. But Lilith in the Bible, what happened is Lilith didn't like the idea that Adam, ordained and mandated by God, had authority over Lilith. As a matter of fact, when it was in a sexual position, Lilith was like, I should be on top and I should be dominating over you because we're equal. Adam told Lilith, nah, God told me that I'm supposed to be over you. This is how it's supposed to go. Lilith then said, okay, you know what? Because there was a rule that if Lilith said God's name or any of them said God's name, they were going to get kicked out the garden. Lilith said, frack this. I said God's name and she got kicked out the garden. You see what I'm saying? But let's get into it.
Yeah, David, come on, man. Yeah. So it's not about what the Bible says. What that Bible was discussing, and again, and this is kind of a murky water to get down because of how much is missing from it. But I don't take it any more serious than I do the Marvel universe. So I can kind of go there, but
I mean, I can understand that to a degree with the woman at the well, right? Jesus told her she had 5 husbands. So did those husbands not have her as a wife?
I don't know.
This is the problem I have with Christ's story. Is that Christ says that I come to fulfill the law of my Father, but you're adding things that your Father did not say. You're doing things that go against the law of your Father. Let me look this up. Mary and 5 husbands. Y'all gonna make me do some Bible study and Quran study. The difference between me is that I'm not a religious damn thing. Hold on. This is John 4:16-19. Let me read this right here. Jesus said unto her, go call thy husband and come hither. The woman answered and said, I have no husband. Jesus said unto her, thou hast well said, I have no husband. For thou hast had 5 husbands, and he whom thou now hast not thy husband, in this house thou art. Shit, I don't know how to read that thou art bullshit right there. Thou art thou. Oh shit. Raw B. Where Raw B at? I'm gonna tag Raw B in this. I'm gonna tag Raw B in this shit too. Raw B. I'm tag her in this shit too. I'm gonna post this up in the chat. The woman at the well, 5 times married, but what significance? It's midday, baking hot and deserted. Nobody in their right mind goes out, then except a Samaritan woman and Jesus. It soon becomes obvious why she does safest time of day. But Jesus is not all that obvious what he's up to. You see, she's been married 5 times and living with a sixth. And we all know what that means. No wonder she goes out then. She could get her water while avoiding the gifts, jeers, and scorn. I have no husband, she replied. Jesus said to her, you are right when you say you have no husband. The fact is you have had 5 husbands, and the man you now have is not your husband. What you have just said is quite true. Now here's the thing. The story lends itself perfectly to dissatisfaction narrative. What the hell? You know the one, looking for ultimate meaning in a relationship in this life, but they always fail to deliver. So you go on to the next one, hoping for the big one. It's the perfect illustration for the point that Jesus just made about the difference between drinking well water and his eternal water. She will need to return to the well tomorrow for more water, as Jesus quenches spiritual thirst forever. If only she had a soul fulfillment in her marriages, she'd have saved so much heartache. They're preached, and I have now lost count of the times I've read or heard it. In fact, I was reading something just this week which emphasized the point. Let me see this. So, basically, what this chapter is saying, it's not that Mary had 5 husbands or whatever. It was just that she was just in relationship after relationship with 5 people. So it's basically speaking about how the fact that a lot of women are doing that today, where they're just going from do to do to do, from relationship to relationship to relationship. Right. Uh-oh. Nah, Christ was just observing the chick. Uh, so I'm saying, I guess what the interpretation of that is saying that she had 5 husbands, because there's a part in the Bible that I'm reading right here that to the married I have give this command. A wife must not separate from her husband, but if she does, she must remain unmarried or else be reconciled to her husband, and the husband must not divorce his wife. Yeah, in Corinthians 7, 1 Corinthians 7, 7 verse 3 to 9, a wife is bound to her husband as long as he lives. But if her husband dies, she is free to marry anyone she wishes, as long as he belongs to the Lord. So you know what I'm saying? So it sounds to me that there was a lot of bullshit going on in the Sumerian, or whatever time frame this was. Right. I'm going to read this passage again. All right, so it's not saying how Raw B phrases it, like Mary had five dudes at the same time. Because right here it says, you've been married 5 times and living with a 6th. Then the scripture says, I have no husband, she replied. Jesus said on to her, you are right. When you say you have no husband, the fact is you've had 5 husbands, and the man you now have is not your husband. What you have just said is quite true. I want to read this entire chapter in its full context. Where is it? It's like he's talking to a Sumerian woman, right? Where is this? Where is the chapter? It's John. Was it 4:18? 4:18. The fact is, you have 5 husbands, and then you now have the man you have now is not your husband. Bro, let me block this motherfucker from the chat. And Pickles, you're an incel that can't get bitches. Hold on, let me do it from right here. Hide this user. Bro. Like, trolls have nothing better to do. Pickles. I'm not even going to respond to the troll. Whatever. Let's read this in the full context. Yo, Christ was a whole simp. Jesus said unto her, "You're right when you say you have no husband. The fact is you have had 5 husbands, and the man you now have is not your husband. What you have just said is quite true." So that's the woman responded to Christ. "Sir," the woman said, "I can see that you're a prophet. Our ancestors worshipped on this mountain, but you Jews claim that the place where we must worship is in Jerusalem." Woman, Jesus replied, "Believe me, a time is coming when you will worship the Father neither on this mountain nor in Jerusalem. You Samaritans worship what you do not know. We worship what we do know. Salvation is from the Jews. Yet a time is coming and has now come when the true worshiper will worship the Father in the Spirit and in truth. For they are the kind of worshipers the Father seeks. God is spirit, and his worshippers must worship in the spirit and in truth." The woman said, also, okay, so all right, so this is something different, right? Women that I know Messiah conquer. Bro, I'm not going to read all that, right? But in my opinion, I think Christ was a simp, in my opinion. Every time a woman did something that was wrong, Christ will forgive that bitch. Anyway, this whole line, John 4:18, the fact is you have had 5 husbands, and the man you're now with is not your husband. What you have just said is quite true. So this is not this person being with 5 husbands at one time. She was with dude after dude after dude, and the dude she's now with is not her husband. So that's not. Come on, Robbie. But when you're talking about King Solomon, he was with multiple wives at the same time. I believe Moses had 2 wives. How many wives did Moses have? Oh, Numbers 12, verse 1. Miriam and Aaron criticized Moses for marrying a Cushite woman. Some believes this suggests that Moses married a second wife after Zipporah died, and that God defended Moses for doing so. His first wife was Zipporah, a Midianite. Later in the book of Numbers, chapter 12, verse 1, he is criticized for having married an Ethiopian. Midianites and Ethiopians are not the same and come from different areas. Hence, Moses had 2 wives. Right? So apparently, the prophets of the Bibles always had more than one chick going on. And God defended it. This is before the time of Christ. This is the time of Moses, right? Let's go back to Robbie. What Robbie talking about?
It's missing from it. But I don't take it any more serious than I do the Marvel universe. So I can kind of go there, but
I mean, I can understand that to a degree with the woman at the well, right? Jesus told her she had 5 husbands. So did those husbands not have her as a wife?
I don't know. Let's just say, for your sake of the argument, they did.
See, that's the thing is, I don't think Uncle Jeff. This is the problem. Like, when you bring certain things up, if you can't look it up and go look into what it's saying, which Uncle Jeff could have did that. Like, he could have said, okay, wait, let me go look this up, see what you're saying, we read this together. Like what I'm doing right now, right? So that was what Raw B was doing. It's like, she was just bringing up stuff that you yourself would have to go research and debate it. You feel me? And like I said, she wasn't with 5 men at one time at the well. She was with dude after dude after dude, and at the time she was with a 6th dude that wasn't her husband. So apparently, what was she doing?
Now, and I'm not quite sure what.
So every time you lay down with someone,
yeah,
you are married to them.
Yes.
No,
Hold on, Lord ADS, let her finish because she's telling the truth. Go ahead. That's true. That's a true. By the Bible, when it says, and he knew her, they were married. Go ahead, Robbie. That's a fact. Go ahead.
Right. So every time you're having sex with a woman, you're spiritually marrying her under God's law.
It's a fact.
Now, remind you, Robbie brought up Bible first. Robbie introduced the Bible first.
So a man should only have as many wives as he can find.
Wait, hold on. Let her finish real quick, y'all. And then y'all could then Lord ADS, and then you after.
So now, Izzy Bands, he does this thing where he puts the people in order. The problem is that now, when you have people up there that's just doing their own diatribe, you tend to forget what you want to respond to.
To that, Yardy. Go ahead, Rob. You got it.
So a man should only be married to as many women as he can support. King Solomon was able to support the wives that he had. King David was able to support the wives that he had. You understand how that goes? In the Bible, men that had multiple wives also had multiple resources to support these women. Modern men of today want to sleep with multiple women and they can barely support themselves.
Now, she referring to black men, right? Let's get this straight. When you talk about the black culture, black community, there's always this stereotype that is being projected out there that black men are incapable, black men can't do this, black men can't manage that. You know what I'm saying? And that's a stereotype that's been going on, projected by black women for the past half a century. It's almost 70, almost 100 years. That's been the common theme. Ebony K. Williams jumping out there saying there are not enough eligible black men, according to them. And then you turn around and you see eligible black men who are making money, who are doing well, not fitting those stereotypes. I was just at Chase Bank, and there's plenty of brothers over there who are bankers. So if I'm in my area and I'm seeing plenty of black dudes who got money to get into the bag, that means that there's plenty of black men out there doing what they need to do. So.
Ooh. All right, Lord ADS, go ahead. Wait, hold on, Uncle Joe. I apologize. I know y'all was going back and forth, but let me let Lord ADS jump in real fast, and then let me let Yardy jump in real fast, and I'm going to give it back to you, Uncle Jeff. Go ahead, Lord ADS, quickly, please, brother.
You two are so good. Y'all both are moral oils. Y'all like really good people. I'm not so good, but
that's the argument that Raw B is using. She's using a moral argument from the standpoint of the Bible, right? The thing is, we hold black men up to a moral standard, but black women don't abide by that moral standard, and black men complain about it, it's always going back to black men not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
The 5 brothers, right? You see how that worked out for them marrying the same woman, right? All them niggas died. So
hilarious.
And I got one better for you, right? That I don't even practice, and it's an honest take on this. If you go to, I think this was burning my butt at an early age. I think it's Corinthians 6:9, right? About immoral practices, fornicators,
idolaters.
Wrongdoing.
Yeah.
So that's where I go for the specific reference on that, right? I don't practice it much because, I live my life, put it that way. Sometimes, I'm good, sometimes I'm not as good, right? So it really all depends. But I'm going to get out of this, chill out for a minute, and I'm going to let these two have at it because they were having a good discussion. My bad, I didn't mean to interrupt. We're going back.
So, Izzy Bands, you just let Lord ADS go. Talk over me. And he had nothing to say. Let's keep going.
All right, hey, what do you have to say? What do you have to say real quick, Yardy, to what she was saying? Then pass it back to other job.
We're arguing from the basis of the Bible, but when you break it down to basic biology, and you have men that are carrying, I don't know the exact number, but millions upon sperm, and we're responsible for repopulating the earth. Right, if you get down to basic biology, you can't say that it's messing around with.
Yeah, my mic was crazy. I don't know what was happening to me yesterday.
Different.
Oh, it's horrible.
This is being bad.
So I was basically going to go into the biological argument, nature versus biology or nature versus religion, but my mic is tripping in and out, so I'll cut it. That's basically what I broke down earlier, right? You go to the Bible, basic man's biology is to reproduce, and then there's even something in the Bible that says be fruitful and multiply. You see what I'm saying? So,
yes, sir.
This is more expressive. To cling, to adhere, to abide fast together, to follow hard after, to be joined together.
That's good, right? So it really all depends. But I'm going to get out of this, chill out for a minute. I'm going to let these two have at it because they were having
right quick.
Spiritual unity of man and woman. It goes further to hold up monogamy before the world as the form of marriage ordained by God. It does not in any way recommend a forsaking of filial duty and respect towards the father and mother, but refer primarily to the fact that a man's wife is to be first and most important in his affections, and that his first duty is to her. Tucker, explaining Genesis 2:4, illustrates that once a man leaves, he is instructed to cleave to his wife. This means to glue, to adhere, to join, to stick. The Hebrew word used in Genesis is more expressive. To cling, to adhere, to abide fast together, to follow hard after, to be joined together, to keep, to overtake, to pursue, to take. This word makes much emphasis on how a man is to cling and to pursue and join himself to his wife. To strengthen and rekindle marriage relationship, there is a need to evaluate what one is clinging to and pursuing. Now, this is not Bible study. We're just having, a brief word. So I ain't going.
All right, I got another one. I would love for you if you could just bring up real fast and read. I would love.
We're just having, a brief word. So I ain't going.
All right.
And rekindle marriage relationship, there is a need.
Now, I want to go into. So this is discussing the concept. So this is when you say understanding the concept, it's usually from somebody's interpretation. So let me go read it for myself. Genesis. Genesis about man cleaving to his wife. Therefore man shall leave, it says, therefore man shall leave his father and mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. The word cleave means to glue, to cling, to lead, to cleave, to, let me see, it's probably from the same thing she was reading. I don't know. To leave and cleave is to sever and bond. To loosen, to secure, to depart from, and attach to. A successful marriage begins with leaving. In effect, you leave all other relationships. The closest relationship outside of marriage is specified in Genesis 2, verse 24, implying that if it is necessary to leave your father and mother, then certainly all lesser ties must be broken, changed, or left behind. This doesn't mean that when you get married, you are no longer a son or a daughter or a sibling. But what it does mean is that you have a new primary responsibility, and that is to your spouse. You must still honor your mother and father, but leaving has taken place. Leaving implies giving other relationships a lesser degree of importance. You still can have friends, but your best friend should be your spouse. Having members of what? Okay, this is from somebody else's subjective point of view. We're not going to do that today. I want to read out what the word says. Bible Gateway. The man said, finally, bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. Name her woman, for she was made from man. Therefore, a man leaves his father and mother and embraces his wife. They become one flesh. The two of them, the man and wife, were naked, but they felt no shame. Now, in my opinion, based upon what you learned growing up in those pro-black spaces, that a lot of this is talking about mankind and how mankind is reproducing itself, right? But that's subjective. So let's go here. Adam and Eve, God planted God and Eve. I want to go to where it says that. Now, that's not specifically saying monogamy, right? How do you go to the next chapter on this shit? So this is Genesis 2, right? The man said, finally, bone of, so watch this. So this is after God made Eve for Adam, and man named him, right? God put man into a deep sleep. As he slept, he removed one of his ribs and replaced it with flesh. God then used the rib that he had taken from the man to make woman and presented her to man. The man said finally, bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. Name her woman, for she has made from man. Therefore man leaves his father and mother and embraces his wife. They become one flesh. The two of them, the man and his wife, were naked but felt no shame. So you can interpret that as that being monogamy, right? You can say that that's monogamy. That guy, you can say that intended. It was intended for man and woman to be with each other and not have more than one person. But let's continue to read. The serpent was clever, more clever than any wild animal God had made. He spoke to the woman. Do I understand that God told you not to eat from any tree in the garden? The woman said to the serpent, not at all. We can eat from the trees in the garden. It's only about the tree in the middle of the garden God said don't eat from it. Don't even touch it or you'll die. The serpent told the woman, you won't die. God knows the moment you eat from that tree, you'll see what's really going on. You'll be just like God, knowing everything, ranging all the way from good to evil. So it's not like the serpent lied to this bitch. She told her exactly what was going to happen. When the woman saw that the tree looked like good eating and realized what she would get out of it, she'd know everything. She took and ate the fruit, and they gave some to her husband, and he ate. Immediately, the two of them did. See what's really going on. Saw themselves naked. They saw fig leaves together. I want to get to the part where Cain and Abel were created, right? I'm gonna have to do some Bible study. All right. So, all right, cool. Let's go into this.
To evaluate what one is clinging to and pursuing. Now, this is not Bible study. We're just having, a brief word. So
all right. I got another one I would love for you if you could just bring up real fast and read. It's Isaiah 4.
Isaiah 4.
What part?
You read dope, by the way. You can just start from 4.
Okay. Sure thing. Let me share the screen
4.
for you.
And shout out to Sal. What's up, Willie Will? Shout out to Yardy. Welcome back.
Isaiah 4.
Okay, what's going on?
Okay.
Hey, man, don't be trying to hit us with no deep, sexy voice, man. What's wrong with you? Hey, man, I'm trying to hit the Barry White up here, man. You got it. Hey, so salute to here. Right, she's trying to focus on the word of God. Shout out to JD 1975. Anybody did not marry in the Garden of Eden?
Oh, Lord.
No.
No.
Not marry in the Garden of Eden.
Oh, Lord.
No.
No. We can.
Of Eden.
Oh, Lord.
No.
No. We can.
That was married.
We don't want to do that right now.
Yeah, okay.
We want to read on Isaiah 4 right now.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
We're going to read Isaiah 4, but just real quick to JD. JD, did you ever read Genesis 1 and 17? Do you understand Lilith and the story of that? We'll take you there another day, not today. Isaiah 4 and 1.
Oh, she brought up Lilith. Lilith. I want to bring up Lilith, right? Lilith Bible. Lilith Genesis. Genesis 1-17. Now, I did homework or video about Lilith before on my channel. Lilith is a deity that a lot of feminists refer to and worship as their god. So when Joel B brought up Lilith, immediately I knew what she was doing. I knew her position at that moment. All right? Let me see this. Genesis 1-2, deleted scenes. Lilith, Adam's first wife. So let's look at this. Lord God caused a deep sleep. This is now Genesis 1-27. The Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. Then he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh at the place. The Lord God fashioned into a woman a rib which he had taken from the man, and brought her to the man. To explain away this seeming contradiction, later writers of Jewish mysticism propose that the first chapter is referring to a separate woman, that God had created a partner for Adam before Eve named Lilith, who later rebels after refusing to mate with Adam in missionary position, insisting that she be on top. It should come as no surprise while feminists love her, never coming to an agreement. Lilith leaves the garden and becomes a demon. Her name appears once in the Bible, Isaiah 34 verse 14, which is believed to refer to a demoness of the night. It is therefore more likely that Lilith is based off of a Babylonian night demon, Letu, a succubus who seduces men in their sleep. Her name is also listed among other monstrous creatures in the fragment of the Dead Sea Scrolls, where her demonic entity is known from such early sources, including the Kabbalah. The first primary source of her story as Adam's wife comes to us from a medieval text known as the Alphabet of Ben Sar. When God created Adam and saw that he was alone, he created a woman from dust, like him, and named her Lilith. But when God brought her to Adam, they immediately began to fight. Adam wanted her to lie beneath him, but Lilith insisted that he lie below her. When Lilith saw that they would never agree, she uttered God's name and flew onto the air and fled from Adam. So the bitch can fly. The bitch can fly. Then Adam prayed to his creator, saying, Master of the universe, the woman you gave me has already left me. So God called upon 3 angels, Sinai, Senoi. I don't even know how to say their name, bro. I'm not even going to mess up them angels' name. I don't want them to come visit me in the night. To bring her back, God said, go fetch Lilith. If she agrees to go back, fine. If not, bring her back by force. Bring the bitch. No, they don't want to play around. The angels left at once and caught up with Lilith, who was living in a cave by a Red Sea. Now, hold on. They said that in this chapter. You gotta remember, a lot of the Bible comes from a lot of Jewish folklore. But let's continue to read this. Because Rob B brought up Lilith, right? Let's talk about this. Adam prayed to his creator, saying, Master. So immediately, Lilith, there was an argument or fight between Adam and Eve, where Adam wanted to dominate Lilith, but Lilith said, no, I want to dominate you. They fought. Lilith said God's name. The bitch flew off and left. So the bitch was able to fly. The angels left at once and caught up with Lilith, who was living in the cave by the Red Sea, in the place where Pharaoh's army would drown. They seized her and said, your maker has commanded you to return to your husband at once. If you agree to come with us, fine, but if not, we'll be drawn on 100 of your demonic offspring every day. Oh, so the bitch was getting pregnant. Lilith said, go ahead, but don't you know that I was created to strangle newborn infant boys before the 8th day? So, Rob B, you mentioned this demonic bitch. And this demonic bitch was meant to kill boys. This is why feminists love Lilith, bro. So the moment, every time I hear a chick that's an obvious feminine bring up the name of Lilith, I understand who you are now, right? Let's make a deal. Whenever I see your names on the amulet, I will have no power over the infinite. When the angel saw that saw that was the best they would get from her, they agreed, so long as 100 of her demon children perished every day. That is why 100 of Lilith's demon offspring perished daily. And that is why the names of the three angels are written on amulets hung above the beds of newborn children. And when Lilith sees the names of angels, she remembers her oath, and she leaves those children alone. The story of Lilith is one of my all-time favorites in Jewish mythology, even if it does come from a period later than most others. It's a prime example of a silly yet fascinating tale that originates from biblical discrepancy that later theologians felt they needed to mend. Lilith returns to the garden as the serpent. Woo! Some, though often late sources, say that Lilith returned to the garden after her fall in the guise of a serpent, causing Adam and Eve to eat the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge. What's quite interesting is that this tradition appears to be supported by Renaissance artwork of the fall of man, in which the serpent is clearly depicted as a female. I'll make sure I bookmark this. While it is argued by some such as John Bennell and Jeffrey Hofield that those works are indeed of Lilith, I'm afraid to say the evidence doesn't hold up. The story of Lilith is a late Jewish tradition, whereas nearly all of the works depicting the female serpent are by medieval Christians. There are no supplementary writings that I am aware of to indicate that the Lilith story was widely known in Christian circles. The only possible exception is the Testament of Solomon, where a female demon curiously identical with Lilith is mentioned under the name Azu. It is the opinion of most art historians that artists depicted the serpent in female form to identify it with Eve, serving as a metaphor for women's sexuality and weakness. Artist Melissa Hang perhaps said it's best in her article on the sexualization of Eve. See, there you go. So this person, Lilith, has appeared plenty of times doing some debaucherous BS. So Lilith. Deleted scenes. Let's read this one. Lilith, female demonic figure of Jewish folklore. See, this is a problem. Like, we're black people, we're basing our identity and way of life off of a group of small hat people. We already said their name, so fuck it. A group of Jewish people, folklore. This is what we're basing our identity after. All right. Lilith, female demonic figure of Jewish folklore. Her name and personality are thought to be derived from the class of Mesopotamia. Demons called Lilu. And the name is usually translated as night monster. A cult associated with Lilith survived among some Jews as late as 7th century. The evil she threatened, especially against children and women in childbirth, was said to be counteracted by wearing of an amulet bearing the names of certain angels. I want to know what the certain angels mean. The names are. In rabbinic literature, Lilith is variously depicted as the mother of Adam's demonic offspring, following his separation from Eve as his wife, or as his first wife. Whereas Eve was created from Adam's rib. Some accounts hold that Lilith was the woman implied in Genesis 1, verse 27, and was made from the soil as Adam. Insolently refusing to be subservient to her husband, Lilith left Adam and the perfection of the Garden of Eden. So women will leave a perfect situation because she can't get her way. See what I'm saying? 3 angels tried in vain to force her return. According to some mythologies, her demonic offspring were sired by an archangel named Samuel and were not Adam's progeny. These children are sometimes identified as incubi and succubi. Woo! Remember that? Remember Icarus on Diablo 4? Icarus of Diablo 4 and in Diablo 4, Icarus and Lilith tried to create a separate area specific to human beings where they could create their own version of human beings. And then when Heavens and God found out, Icarus and Lilith got punished. That was the whole story about Adam and Eve, the whole story about Lilith in Diablo 4, right? In the Bible, there are two accounts of their creation. According to the priestly history of the 5th and 6th century, Genesis 1, verse 1 through 1 through 2, verse 4. God on the 6th day of creation created all living creatures in his own image, man both male and female. God then blessed the couple, told them to be fruitful and multiply, and gave them dominion over all other living things. According to the lengthier Yahweh's narrative of the 10th century BCE, Genesis 2, 5, verse 7. God or Yahweh created Adam at the time when the earth was still void, forming him from the earth's dust and breathing into his nostrils the breath of life. God then gave Adam the primeval Garden of Eve to tend, but on penalty of death, commanded him not to eat the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Subsequently, so that Adam would not be alone, God created other animals, but finding these insufficient, put Adam to sleep, took from him a rib, and created a new companion, Eve. The two persons of innocence until Eve yielded to the temptation of the evil serpent, and Adam joined her in eating the forbidden fruit. Whereupon they both recognized their nakedness and downed fig leaves as garments. Meaning God recognized the transaction, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. So that's that. So I just wanted to bring out the fact that Raw B, you brought up Lilith's name, and when you brought it up, I heard it, but I couldn't jump in at you because I know Israel Mills is going to do his alpha shit and step in and say, hold on. This person talked first. And I didn't want to interrupt Uncle Jeff. No, just know, every time a feminist brings up black, that's their deity that a lot of feminists worship. They worship Lilith, right? Or Lilith. I gotta go take some speech classes. Right. Let's go here. I'm not gonna do this for much longer. So. Yo, Israel Easy Band's doing 11
was married. We don't want to do that right now.
Yeah, okay.
We want to read on Isaiah 4 right now.
Yeah, we're going to read Isaiah 4, but just real quick to JD. JD, did you ever read Genesis 1 and 17? Do you understand Lilith and the story of that? We'll take you there another day, not today though. Isaiah 4 and 1. In that day, 7 women will take hold of one man and say, we will eat our own food and provide our own clothes. Only let us be called by your name. Take away our disgrace.
Now, to put that, if I may, to put that scripture into context, and it's really scary if you take the time to read Isaiah 3. In context, it is a premonition of now, of what we were about to go into. The simple math dictates that if you want a man that's worth a damn, that's black, in the future, you're gonna have to share him. Period. I don't know how that works, unless, of course, we are force-feeding monogamy to our people and sentencing each wedding.
What's so funny is that, went to Uncle Jeff, in a lot of those pro-black spaces that Yala Awakening belongs to, you will hear niggas talk about polygamy. We was in Africa and we was doing polygamy and we was polygamy by nature and what sort of what have you. And monogamy is a new concept that's been forced upon black people by Eurocentric ideas, right? And it's funny to me that Raw B is for y'all to awaken against no fugazi. Yet she wants to enforce monogamy by way of a Bible. But I've been told the Bible is a European, Eurocentric book that black people shouldn't avoid. So it's either black folks want to go back to Africa and be more polygamous, or they want to be more monogamous according to the Bible. Because remember, Rob B brought up the Bible, not Uncle Jeff. And this is the problem I have with black culture and black community, is that we're subjective to bomba clot. That's subjective. And then we make arguments to fit the bullshit that we want to engage in. Or just talking points to win. So if now black men are engaging in polygamous things, they're going to go bring up the Bible and talk about how monogamy is. If black folks saying, okay, cool, I want monogamy, now another woman's going to say, okay, well, that's the European thing. We're going to go back to Africa where we're polygamous, because in Africa, we're polygamous by nature. It's contradictory of these things. And it's all based upon women. And all women are not the same. We know that. They don't think the same. They're very subjective based upon the ideology that they believe in or what to worship. Example, Raw B. But let's go into it.
16 black women, unless they marry out of their race, to a lifetime of celibacy. That's mathematics. That's not a stretch. I don't think for anybody.
You're right. But when we take it a little bit deeper in theological study, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is from Enduring Word.
Mm-hmm.
And in that day, as a result of the judgment of the Lord, detailed in Isaiah 3:16-26, the daughters of Zion will have few men to choose from as husband. So many men shall fall by the sword, that 7 women would chase after 1 man. They would be so desperate for marriage that would not expect their husbands, that they would not expect their husbands to provide for them at all, right? But it concludes this segment of scripture by saying, in a broader sense, this shows that it is not good for women to be too desperate for marriage. They may marry unwisely and for the wrong reasons. It is also bad when women do not expect their husbands to provide for the household. So yes, the time will come where women will be.
Yeah, we're in that time now. And Robbie is correct about that scripture, right? We're going to go into it. All right, so let's go into it. Let's go into it now. There will be a day when 7 women will gang up on 1 man, saying, we'll take care of ourselves. Get our own food and clothes. Just give us a child. Make us pregnant so we have something to live for. And that's when God's branch will sprout green and lush. The producer of the country will give Israel survivors something to be proud of again. Oh, they hold their heads high. Everyone left behind in Zion, all the discards and rejects in Jerusalem, will be classified as holy, alive and therefore precious. God will give Zion's woman a good bath, to scrub the bloodstained city of its violence and brutality, purge the place with firestorm of judgment. Then God will bring back the ancient pillar of cloud by day, and the pillar by fire by night, and Mount Zion and everyone in it, with his glory, his glorious presence, his immense protective. Oh, so let me read Isaiah 4, right? So read Isaiah 4. Isaiah 3. Isaiah 3. Jerusalem on its last legs. The master, God of the angel armies, is emptying Jerusalem and Judah of all the basic necessities, plain bread and water to begin with. His withdrawing police protection, judges, courts, pastors, teachers, captains and generals, doctors and nurses, and yes, even the repairmen and jacks of all trades. He says, I'll put little kids in charge of the city. Schoolboys and schoolgirls will order everyone around. People will be at each other's throats, stabbing one another in the back, neighbor against neighbor, young against old. The no account against the well, respected. One brother will grab another and say, you look like you got a head on your shoulders. Do something. Get us out of this mess. And he'll say, me, not me. I don't have a clue. Don't both put me in charge of anything. So that to me is saying, men ain't gonna have no leadership in the last days and shit. Jerusalem on its last legs. Judah is soon down for the count. Everything people say and do is at cross purposes with God. A slap in the face, brazen in their depravity. They flaunt their sins like degenerate Sodom, doomed to their eternal souls. They've made their bed. Now they'll sleep in it. Rest assured the righteous that their good living will pay off. Put doom to the wicked. Disaster. Everything they did will be done to them. Skinny kids terrorized my people. Silly girls bully them around. My dear people, your leaders are taking you down a blind island. They're sending you off on a wild goose chase. A city brought to her knees by her sorrows. God enters the courtroom. He takes his place at the bench to judge his people. God calls for order in the court. Hauls the leaders of his people into the dock. He's played havoc with this country. Your houses are stuffed with what you've stolen from the poor. What is this anyway? Stomping on my people, grinding the faces of the poor into the dirt. That's what the Master, God of angel armies, says. God says Zion women are stuck up, prancing around their high heels, making eyes at all the men in the street, swinging their hips, tossing their hair, gaudy, garish and cheap jewelry. The Master will fix it so that still Zion women will all turn bald, scabby, bald-headed women. There are a couple of women that are bald right now. A lot of women are bald right now in society. The time has come when Master will strip them of their fancy babbles, the dangling earrings, anklets and bracelets, combs and mirrors, and silk scarves, diamond brooches, and pearl necklaces, the rings on their fingers and the rings on their toes, the latest fashions and hats, exotic perfumes, aphrodisiacs, gowns, capes, all the world's finest in fabrics and design. Instead of real seductive scents, those women are going to smell like rotten cabbages. That's already going on. Instead of modeling flannel gowns, they'll be sprouting rags. Instead of their stylish hairdos, scuffy heads. Instead of beauty marks, scabs and scars. Their finest men will be killed. Your soldiers will be left dead on the battlefield. The entrance gate to Zion will be halted, with people mourning their dead. A city stooped under the weight of her loss, brought to her knees by her sorrows. Woo! That's a heavy judgment right there. That is a heavy judgment right there. So now we're going to go to Isaiah 4. That will be the day when 7 women will gang up on one man, saying we'll take care of ourselves, get on her own food, clothes, and give us a child, make us pregnant, so we'll have something to live for. Right? Now, that's a very bad thing, right? Now, Uncle Jeff, he's speaking in the context that in the final days, that's what's going to come of the society we live in, where Black women of our culture are going to be with one dude and have to share one dude. And in that society, as I read in that passage, that's when that society is of the fall. So that's what I agree with. So that's what Uncle Jeff is speaking to. So is Raw B. So they're both not wrong about that passage. The problem is now when you have men with multiple women, according to Isaiah 4, that's signifying the fall of mankind or the fall of a society or in the end of days. You see what I'm saying? That's what that's in the context of, right? But then, what about King Solomon? What about the men before that were in a better time of the Bible that had multiple wives, right? So that's the thing.
Desperately seeking Susan. We see how that works out. Now you're on social media begging somebody for a flight home. This is not halal. This is not beneficial to God. This is not God's will. Because
It's harami.
right, it's haram, exactly. And when we go deeper into the letters of the Apostle Paul to the church, it is much better for people to be dedicated in their life to the service and the works of the Lord before chasing marriage. You shouldn't be married unless you have no control of your flesh.
Okay.
I said that in the chat earlier that he or she who has control of their lust finds happiness. Isn't that what I said?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm glad you understood it.
So
Thank you.
so basically, if I can find a way to somehow outlive my penis, I don't need marriage. Is that what I've never heard it put quite that way.
So I'm gonna show you the scripture.
Okay.
So are y'all looking at the screen? Yeah, the screen is showing. Cool. So this is from Matthew 19.
Matthew. This is what I say is religion versus nature. Because nature says that when men fall for that, they're living in their purpose as men to go have sex and all that other stuff in their purpose, according to the laws of nature. But according to the God of the Christian religion or the Bible, it's not. So I believe that was 19. That was what was her shit? Matthew 19. Oh, Matthew 19. Matthew 19. Okay, so let's go. There's a lot of discrepancy with the Apostle Paul.
10 through 12.
But anyway,
Message. Jesus' disciples objected, if those are the terms of marriage, we haven't got a chance. Why get married? But Jesus said, not everyone is mature enough to live a married life. It requires a certain aptitude and grace. Marriage isn't for everyone. Some, from birth seemingly, never give marriage a thought. Others never get asked or accepted. And some decide not to get married for kingdom reasons. But if you're capable of growing into the largeness of marriage, do it. And I'm going to get to the other scripture. I'll share that in a minute. I want you guys
What is
to
that?
know.
The New Living Translation? That's a remix.
That's MSG. The
Yeah.
King James.
They're all, bruh.
Wait, the Madison. Wait, that's the map.
see, that's the problem right there. There's so many different flipping translations, bro. Let me see something that. Shit, you did, bro. Amplified Bible. All right, so let's read what she said. Now, Jesus has finished saying these things. He left Galilee. Hold on. She said that was 19:10. The disciples said to Jesus, if the relationship of man with his wife is like this, it is better not to marry. But he said to them, not all men can accept this statement, but only those to whom the capacity to receive. It has been given for their... Hold on. Let me see this. Let me read from the beginning. This is concerning divorce. Now, when Jesus has finished saying these things, he left Galilee and went to the part of Judah that is beyond the Jordan. And the large crowds followed him, and he healed them there. The Pharisees came to Jesus, testing him and asking, is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for just any reason? He replied, have you never read that he who created them from the beginning made them male and female, and said, for this reason a man shall leave his father and mother and shall be joined inseparable. to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate. The Pharisees said to him, why then did Moses command us to give her a certificate of divorce and send her away? He said to them, because your hearts were hard and stubborn. Moses permitted you to divorce your wives, but from the beginning it has not been this way. I say to you, whoever divorces his wife, except for sexual immorality, and marries another woman, commits adultery. So not like in this phase right here, it sounds to me like Christ is manipulating the Old Testament. And this is coming from the Apostle Paul, apparently. This is the problem, right? Because it's really like it says that Christ comes to enforce or fulfill the law of God. But right here is like the Pharisees asked him a good question. Why then did Moses command us to give her a certificate of divorce and send her away? Then it says that because your hearts were hard and stubborn, Moses permitted you to divorce your wives, but from the beginning it has not been this way. I say to you, whoever divorces his wife except for sexual immorality and marries another woman commits adultery. See what I'm saying? So now that's going away from what the law of God said with Moses. See what I'm saying? The disciples said to Jesus, if the relationship of a man with his wife is like this, is it better not to marry? But he said to them, not all men can accept this statement, but only those to whom the capacity to receive it has been given. But there are eunuchs who have been born that way from their mother's womb, making them incapable of consummating a marriage. And there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by men for worldly service. That's talking about like if you go into Japanese culture, a lot of the Asian culture, right? A lot of those men, if you want to serve under the king, what they would do is they would castrate you, so you wouldn't mess with their wives or whatever, or their concubines, right? And there are eunuchs who have made themselves so for the sake of kingdom of heaven. He who was able to accept this, let him accept it. So that's what that's talking about. And from the sound of it, it's like Christ is going away from his Father's law, even though he said he came to fulfill it. That's what's confusing about the New Testament versus the Old Testament. In the New Testament, it's like Christ is simping for the women and giving it a harsh penalty for the dudes. See what I'm saying? So let's go back to what we're all being saying.
Madison Square Garden version.
Stop.
Square Garden.
MSG version. What you talking about, man?
Hello, Moto.
It's a remix of the remix, though.
Yeah.
It's a super mix.
Yeah. That's why I don't take it. That's why you can only take it so serious, because that's why
The question is, did you get the premise of it, though?
I do, but it flies in the face of be fruitful and multiply.
It does.
How do you do that?
Easy. Because wasn't the law changed with baby, help me with this because it's late. Wasn't the law changed on how it is that things to work when Jesus came down and took away the law of Moses or something like that?
Sure. No, see, this is why you cannot trust men who are led by their women or influenced by their women. Because as I said earlier, Royal B brought up the influence of women. Why is somebody calling my phone out over here? Christ. I'm doing something, and now I'm getting a phone call. Royal B, she brought up Lilith. So Royal B is a feminist. The dude who's speaking, say like podcast, that's our man. This is why you can't allow women to influence or be the leadership in your relationship. Because now they're saying that the New Testament was to do away with the old law of Moses. Even though Christ himself said, I came to fulfill the law of my Father. Right? So let's go into that. Did Christ do away with the Old Testament? Jesus did not do away with the Old Testament, but rather fulfilled it. Fulfilled the law. In the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus said, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the laws of the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill." Jesus confirmed that the words of the Old Testament prophets and affirmed the events of the Old Testament as historical fact. Jesus used the Old Testament to teach eternal truths. The law of God has been refracted through the ministry of Christ, taking on a new form of the New Testament. This is why the New Testament is so flipping contradictory. Because if you say that you came to fulfill the word, the old laws of the prophets like Moses, why in the New Testament you're contradicting them? So now, if you look at the Bible, the Pharisees would have a right to be upset with Christ. Because you're going against how we have been living this whole time. This is why, to Uncle Jeff points, the Bible has been so remixed. And you hear a lot of Christian pastors nowadays argue and debate over this. See what I'm saying?
I didn't come to do no. He said, "I didn't come to do away with the law, but I came to fulfill the law, that you may have life and life more abundantly." So he didn't come to take the law from the people. He came to fulfill it and to give the people love and grace.
So Rob, you chat, right? According to the old law, Uncle Jeff would be right.
And when you did so, what did he change?
He didn't really change. Well, he did say in the Beatitudes, he said, "You have heard."
There it is. That word. That's what
the Beatitudes. Yes, the Beatitudes. Matthew 6. In Matthew 6. Yeah.
There it is. That word. The Beatitudes. That's the word I was looking for.
Go ahead and share the screen.
And plus, my Bible is written a little bit different too, right?
You got the Catholicism Bible, brother.
Yeah. The disciple said to him, "If this is the situation between a husband and a..."
It says in Corinthians, this is what I'm seeing here, it says Corinthians, "Not for the matters you wrote about. It is good for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman. But since sexual morality is occurring, each man should have sexual relations with his own wife, and each woman with her own husband. The husband should fulfill his marital duty to his wife, and likewise the wife to her husband. The wife does not have authority." This is what I'm saying, nature versus religion. If you're not to have sex with a woman, how do you reproduce or repopulate the earth? And then, like Uncle Jeff says, this goes in the face of be fruitful and multiply. Because in the book of Genesis, it says that the only way for Eve to reproduce was to have pain in her hips or whatever, with her feet. This is what I'm saying. This is how the Bible is contradictory. And if you're going to fulfill the law, why would you need to add to it if you're going to fulfill it? And everything you add to it contradicts the old law. You know what I'm saying? And this right here, it says, I think it's Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 7 through 5. "Now for the matters you wrote about, it is good for a man not to have sexual relations with a woman. But since sexual immoralities occur, each man should have sexual relations with his own wife, and each woman with her own husband. The husband should fulfill his marital duties to his wife, and likewise the wife to her husband. The wife does not have authority over her own body, but uses it to her husband. In the same way, the husband does not have authority over his own body, but use it to his wife. Do not deprive each other except perhaps mutual consent." So right there is a balance, right? You see what I'm saying? But oftentimes, in reality, like I said, nature versus religion, or reality versus religion, we all know this is not going on. A lot of times in a relationship, you have a woman that would not give her husband sex, right? And now it's mutual consent, because mind you, when the woman is depriving her husband of sex, it's not mutual consent on his side, but it's consent. It's she's refusing to have sex with him. And then on the law backs the woman. If the woman says, I don't want to have sex, but he does, and he forces himself onto her, that's considered him, the censored R word. See what I'm saying? So even though the word of God is balanced, or the word of Christ is balanced, reality is not balanced, and it shifts in the favor of the woman. You feel what I'm saying? This is where discrepancy of men holding women accountable is an issue at, is that you're holding men accountable to that standard, but you're not holding women accountable to that standard. That's the issue, right? I want to skip to something real quick.
Wife, is it better not to marry?
People, especially men in these spaces.
And he's trying
to behave in that debate or that.
People, especially men in these spaces, speak from the Bible. They don't even understand. Adam is not Adam. It's mankind. It comes from the Hebrew. It's talking about the man and the woman.
Right, especially in the beginning.
Well, the Bible expresses that. So you don't even need to go into any deep. And I'm aware of those things too, right? Because like I said, I was in those pro-black spaces. We know that. It explains that to you and breaks it down to you in the Bible that if in the first page it talks about male and female. And it talks about create male and female before God gave a name to that male and female. So we understand that.
Genesis, right? Male and female, he made them and called their name Adam.
Right. So when we are taught that we are created in God's image, that lets you know God doesn't have one gender, either male or female. God invokes both, further evidenced by the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Son is the masculine energy represented in the flesh. The Holy Spirit, the feminine energy that touches you in your soul. But, they be telling me I'm a woman and I can't.
Yeah, but that still doesn't take away from the fact that God gave man dominion over the woman, or authority over the female.
Teach nobody nothing from the Bible. And I be trying to tell them,
because you be speaking from lit. The women tend to take things. We see it now that you have women that are preaching from the Bible and twisting the words of the Bible.
As part of the last 35 years, actually studying the word, because I'm one of these people. You're not going to take me to church every Sunday. And then now I got questions. Why are we in church and there's a Christmas tree, but in Jeremiah 10:4 it says
Christmas tree.
Right. Why are we in church?
I know cross. Exodus 20. Ain't supposed to have no cross or no graven.
So when we start to know God, right, this is when we start taking hate out. This is when we start. There's different ways that people serve Him. There's only one God. Commandments. So what we doing? I'm be quiet though.
Yeah.
So what we doing? I'm me and love your neighbor like yourself. Commandments. The two most important commandments.
Jeff, is more beneficial to your life. We started how King James commissioned my lover Caesar Borgia to represent Emperor Kojak through the grade. He said 57 books were.
I hate that word. Wasted. Wrong note.
Child, listen. Yada was speaking last night from a religious base. No Fugazi was speaking from a worldly place. I don't want to call that young man a heathen, but I will say.
See, so Yada Awakening, he's speaking from a religious place, but he's speaking from a simp place. He's speaking from a worldly place, but he's a heathen. Remember, Satan, like Yada, can speak from the Bible too, or the Quran too. They can quote scriptures. So the fact that you're framing Fugazi as a heathen, but you're giving Yada Awakening a pass, that's what it sounds like. Both of them are devils out there arguing with each other. There's just one devil is hiding behind religion, The other devil is of the world. Both of them are devils. So, but Raw B and her man Cellulite Podcast, the only reason why they saw them with Yada is to go against Fugazi, because Fugazi is the red pill.
It's really hard to, which is that super ego.
Right, I could say both. Right, I could agree to say both of them because I don't really see Yada as being that.
Predates all of this, and what we're seeing is
What?
that.
Y'all remember the shit video?
Now we're talking about preference, right? And so yes, all of that stuff was degenerate behavior. We're not we're talking about being staying on crack, those different community, right? So comes in, right?
Something
we're talking about
But she might have just misread it or something. I'm just about the correct information.
Yardy. Yo. Yardy.
Wait, put the foil on the end there. Yardy.
The antenna out.
What's up? I've been sure you just need 7 more people.
Start going to the roof.
About the welfare and how it wasn't really meant to benefit.
Hey, you got it. Go ahead.
Start going to the roof.
How about now? Welfare and how it wasn't really meant to benefit black community, but to benefit other groups of people. Okay, then. So then why for the past 70?
Man, I've been up here over 8 hours. What are we doing, family? Come on, y'all. Support.
Y'all need to be compensating for the conversation. So make
Go and miscalculate stuff. What I gotta say, numbers and line. I bring angry.
I wish
say like
was on
a Yardy kiddo more contributions. At least go back to the video before I get to that.
I covered that already. Look up child support when you ain't been married to these women that you're sleeping with. See if there's a difference. If you marry, you don't get no more money. I promise you don't.
And I was married to these children.
Child support if you wasn't married to them.
that's true.
Okay.
So we're in the incentive to not create babies that you're not gonna be with somebody with.
Now,
So take away the incentives that black women use to get pregnant. Black women get incentives to have welfare check and EBT. That's why they get pregnant by the 8% of black men that ain't shit. Black women are not getting pregnant by the majority of black men. 54% of black men are not having children. Only 8% of black men are creating the single mother household. No, black women having sex with those 8% of black men are creating the single mother household. If there was no welfare check and EBT based upon how many children you have, this problem will stop.
That you're not gonna be with somebody with.
I don't know about anything you want to say. Shout out to Woody 504. Please support the show.
You don't know the spirit. You don't know the spirit.
You got some good cooking going on tonight.
No, y'all don't. What are you talking about? I can barely get in edgewise to cook up anything because motherfucking Izzy Bands keep jumping in the way, saving her.
I was going to say, this is excellent debate prep.
I'm not angry with you. You play value for the audience. You don't stop taking stuff so seriously. I'm not angry with you. Let's go, y'all.
What's up?
Because Rob, you know, angry man will tear that ass up.
Yeah, for sure. Help us people these $5. Calculate stuff. Say, hey, so make sure y'all support the show. Like I said, one thing that I don't have no control over anger. You have no.
Then spin around and circle twice.
Age. Running out of right now.
Hey, shout out to the NC nurse. Being saying Yardy Kyoto more contributions. And make sure y'all support the show, man. Support the show. Get in there a no account when you have.
Women that you're sleeping with.
I don't know. Wait. I don't. Hold on, Sal. I've had to pay. Except,
but it still had to pay the same amount of child support if you wasn't married to them.
That's true.
Okay.
So we're in incentive to not create babies that you're not going to be with somebody with.
No. That should be asked to black women. Black men don't get incentives to have a child. Black men get punished and held accountable when they have a kid by a chick they don't want to be with. We're forced to be held accountable. Black women are the ones getting incentives to have babies out of wedlock, not black men.
Hold
on real quick, y'all. So what are we saying? Because this is the thing. So what?
No, I'm talking about against women.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there isn't none. We know that they're incentivized to actually have children if they want to live off the system because they know they can get child support, or they know they could get WIC, or they know they could get Section 8 or whatever the case may be. It's incentivized.
No.
What?
I have to speak up for all the mothers like myself that do not qualify for WIC.
Right, but that's not you.
You don't qualify. This is the problem with the space. It's so damn subjective. We're not talking about you. We're talking about the chicks. Now I'm clapping like I'm a New York nigga. Hold on.
So why do you feel the need to speak up for those women? I don't get it. Because it's raw beef.
No. I mean, right. That the gut bucket, low frequency, hyena energy broads that you're talking about are constantly having the wagon circled around them by the high class queens. You are not.
See the low class hyena niggas in the community? Them niggas get held accountable by everybody. That's the difference over here.
And it does them have to walk the plank by themselves. Not you, Raw, who has a good dude. Not you.
Y'all call them niggas lame, and y'all. My lifetime, go to any platform and say, listen, the government is doing this. This is what the government wants to. Y'all remember it was always put on black men that went to black men.
Just have to take over women. Because remember, in the 80s, there was a thing called affirmative action. And in that thing called affirmative action, black women were the main recipients and the main
type of rhetoric to fly, and it harms y'all because a lot of y'all are not getting good women and y'all are upset about it. And the reason y'all not getting good women is because y'all are overlooking good quality women because you're like, oh no, she got kids. I'm not dealing with that because she live off the system. Yep.
Yeah, but Raw B, for 70 years, you had rhetoric against black men. That we were broke, we were deadbeat, we were lazy. All this was projected by Oprah and Oprah Winfrey and various talk shows for 70 years. You don't think that a lot of black men missed out on a lot of good black women because of those images that black women projected? Mind you, Color Purple was started by black women, and it put black men in a weak light. Right? You want to talk about hip hop and media and black exploitation? I will agree with you. But guess what? Black women get held accountable for black exploitation. The West Coast rap got held accountable by various people in the organization. How many times has Minister Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam talked to black men about what they're projecting in the song and the music industry? See what I'm saying? The only people that's not being held accountable for their side of the thing is black women.
Y'all are making assumptions, and assumptions are very much dangerous. And unfortunately, even though I have a good head on my shoulder and I'm a good woman with
So you don't think that those assumptions about black men were dangerous? That we were all gangbanging and thugs? Which is the things that black women allow themselves to be a weapon used by the white media or the European media or the American media against black men. You don't think that was dangerous assumptions? You don't think that black men during the 90s and the 80s were affected by Oprah Winfrey and those assumptions?
the plan. Most men will just look at me when I'm outside with my children, see my skin is black, and make the assumption that I'm a ratchet living on Section 8, getting social services, and relying on child support from my child's father to take care of my kids.
So you don't
you
think...
even have people in this space that the whole narrative that they push every day is Robbie's broke, Robbie's on food stamps, Robbie lives in the projects, and
how can they push that narrative? That's crazy.
Isn't that so? Let me ask a question, Robbie. What do you think happened to black men that we would call deadbeat niggas? Niggas ain't shit. Niggas ain't about nothing. Niggas got AIDS. Niggas is gay. You don't think that every black man that a black woman saw, because of those propaganda, they assumed that a nigga was gay? They assumed that the nigga had AIDS. They assumed that the nigga had STDs. They assume that this nigga... Look at white people on social media. Every time a white dude is with a black... a black dude is with a white woman, you hear a lot of white dudes going into the comment section and saying, well, he's going to create a single baby mama. That's the common joke on social media. All of that came from propaganda or from black women during the early 2000s, the 90s, and the 80s. So now, every time an Asian person or Asian father or white father sees a black guy in a relationship with their daughter, they're automatically going to think that this black dude is going to make my daughter a single mother. And that is because of the propaganda that was pushed against black women, pushed by black women against black men. You don't think that had an effect on black men's image? On our worldly image? You don't think that color purple had an effect on black men's worldly images? Because it did.
It's because of who does your press. Well, it's because of who. I'm almost done. He said this has nothing to do. This.
Hold on, this is on fast. I don't know why it's doing that.
Cracks me up. How much issue good sisters take with brothers' complaints, as opposed to how much I see. Maybe other brothers see it a lot and I don't. Good sisters stepping away from and absolutely denouncing, being outraged how a presidential candidate could have Megan Thee Stallion over a black valedictorian.
You know how many times black men like Uncle Jeff, myself, and black men of the past have told black women about how they represent their images? You know what black women told those niggas? You can't tell me what to do. I'll do whatever I want to do. You ain't my daddy. I ain't gonna listen to you. I ain't gonna do what you tell me to do. You broke. See what I'm saying? But every time we talk to black women about their hair weave, they tell us our dick is little and we broke and we ain't got no money. Every time. So black men have been given leadership to black women. They just reject it.
They can constantly allow their image to be besmirched by this.
It's done. A noble outcome exactly as the trust deems it, with no attorneys involved.
Irrevocable trust is in the guardianship of for any.
I could point you all about.
Today, we're gonna go to law school today, but
Get away with murder. This is like y'all.
I don't want to derail, but
Y'all these next and then.
I have two things to share. Nice of them.
I don't give a shit about that.
Base of participation below the cylinder. We didn't even really have true rights at that time. We were still fighting for our stuff. We didn't even really have. They were for the people that put the raisins in the potato salad. We didn't even really have true rights at that time. We were still fighting for our civil rights up until 1968.
Nah, black men were fighting for the civil rights on the behalf of the whole community. Last time I checked, black men got assassinated. Black men got deleted. Black men lie in these graveyards trying to fight for himself, but more importantly, his woman and his children. and black women spit in his face by choosing to side with the enemy, aka feminism, which is what a lot of what you're preaching today on this platform, right? And what I didn't like, she was allowed to go through that whole diatribe, and I couldn't remember what she said because she's going through 50 million points.
So you can't say that systems that weren't made for us, we heavily benefited from. We are the remainder of a problem they have yet to fully solve. They don't give a damn about us. And they skew these numbers and they tell lies on black people every day. Circa Ronald Reagan during Iran-Contra when he created the welfare queen, and the welfare queen that he used as the face of it was actually a white woman.
Silence.
Before I forget, so she broke up the welfare thing with per se, right? Oh goodness.
My mic was trash.
Just start talking, maybe we can try.
It's talking about the
Sounds really like move back.
Because they found it to be a welfare
I'm gonna
program.
fix my damn setup, bro.
Team signed. Yo, Yardy. Put the foil on the end. Yardy. Hey, go.
about the welfare and how it wasn't really meant to benefit black community, but to benefit other groups of people. Okay, then. So then, why for the past 70 years that it was always put on black men that went to black men that we were the ones creating the single mother problem, and then come to find out only 8% of the black men are contributing to that. So I'm saying, so we want to talk about how welfare state wasn't meant to benefit black folks, but it was used by black women, basically. We could go back and watch something called 1986, Vanishing Black Family, when in the beginning of the documentary, black women say they don't want to be part of, they don't want to be married to the dude they were having babies by, and then benefited from the welfare state. Black men didn't benefit from it, but black women did.
How is that? How are you gonna say that? You know, that's the common thing, right? Every time we put black women in a space of accountability, they'll shift the blame onto white people in these things. But when it comes to holding black men accountable, they don't put it in the light of, okay, well, it's the government that's causing you to do this. They'll tell black men we don't have any excuses, right? And you're gonna hear that going on forward in here. I've never heard black women on any talk show, whether it be Phil Donahue, Maury, any of those shows that came on in the past. They never came on and their premise was the reason why black men are in this state is because of what the white government or the white supremacist government is doing to our black men. No, it was always phrased as black men are doing these things because that's who they are and that's what they're doing. Niggas ain't shit because of black men. Black men are broke or ineffective because of black men. They didn't put it on the government. They didn't put the single mother households that were being created on the government. They put that on black men. That's what's fuckery about the argument that will be made about how it's the government fault. Because every time black men bring up that argument, you tell black men, hey, you making excuses. Right? You can't allow the government to influence you and control your household and dictate to you how you can operate. But every time we hold black women accountable for something, and it's truthful and factual, then it flips to the government. Just continue.
Agreed.
Right? So, and then she was speaking about how something to the effect of single mothers taking a bad rap because of the talking points in these spaces. Which I would agree with her that Fugazi, if he said that single mothers are for recreational use only, that's wild. But at the same time, black men, our image has been turned down by black women for the past 70 years. And we've all been bracketed as that beats, with this, with that, and with the third.
Right. Black women for the past 70 years been saying niggas ain't shit. Niggas don't take care of their kids. Niggas is gay. Niggas got AIDS. In general, they said that. As of the past couple of 5 years, especially over COVID, you've heard that black men are bullet bags. This has been said by black women. You go on TikTok right now and hear black women talking shit about black men over the past election. You can hear it right now. I should have brought that up, but I forgot because they had these long diatribe talking points, right? So, how do you think, if you're saying that these spaces that's only been around for 10 years are making single mothers look bad, you don't think that same thing you don't think that black women for the past 70 years have made black men look bad based upon what you've been saying in your rhetoric?
Because of that image that Oprah and other black women on Phil Donahue and various talk shows have projected onto black men, that had the rest of the society look at us crazy. Not coming to mind.
He just was guilty though too, man.
Hold on.
Noble. This is what I'm saying. Like, Noble is older than me. How are we just as guilty? And how are we just as guilty as that when platform? Black men never had a space to go on a Phil Donahue and talk anything bad about black women. We never had The View or Ricky Lake, any of these things, to talk bad about black women. If you want to talk about hip-hop is in the context of entertainment. And even with hip-hop, we got held accountable for that. And second, hip-hop on the East Coast, it didn't begin with degrading women. That came from West Coast niggas. West Coast niggas was doing that. But even then, Minister Farrakhan held Snoop Dogg and them people accountable for that.
Hold on real quick. Let him finish, and then I gotta let Raw, because he really was kind of talking to Raw, so I gotta let Raw.
He really was coming at me a type of way, so
I gotta let Raw respond.
Yeah, I'm coming for that neck.
So what Noble is saying, that black men are as guilty. We didn't have a public platform to speak our issues or what we thought about black women up until 10 years ago with the Black Manosphere.
What?
You can't say that.
West Coast rap has been out west.
I made a mistake. What I should have said was a public platform that's like The View, or a public platform that's like Oprah Winfrey, where you had a black man up there holding black women accountable to something. That's what I should have said. So that's my mistake. But they know what the fuck I was talking about. And when you talk about hip hop and rap, when you can censor a lot of the things being said on, especially when it comes to BET, and when certain rap is not allowed on mainstream media, you can only buy those from a CD or from an album at a store, and it has a parental advisory sticker on it. That's not really classified as a public platform. Because in order to buy this album that has a rated R sticker on it, you need a parental supervision for you to go buy it. See what I'm saying? And even if it goes on a public platform like MTV Cribs, MTV, or BET, a lot of those things are censored and bleeped out. You see what I'm saying? But when black women were going on public platforms and preaching hate against black men, they were not bleeped out. They were able to express themselves honestly.
Longer than 10 years. Go ahead. I digress. Hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on. But wait a minute. Hold on. That's rapper entertainment. We all should be able to separate entertainment from real life stuff. Just like you go watch white people's movies, and you know better not to do what those white people movies are doing on a movie screen or movie theater and take them into real life.
All right, go ahead, Roy. You got it.
First of all, I want to say that Noble actually was right. 1914. First of all,
go ahead, Roy. You got it.
First of all.
All right, go ahead, Roy. You got it.
First of all.
You about to mute? What? Cellular Podcast. I know you from Chicago. I'm from East New York, Brooklyn, bro. I don't know, your woman is up there arguing with niggas and you trying to defend that chick. If you're going to be in your feelings about her up there talking and me coming back at her neck, then you shouldn't have her up there. If you feel like you want to fight about it, I'm in Canberra Heights, Queens, bro. Cellulite Podcast. But you're going to mute my ass because I'm checking her about some bullshit. Like, don't put your woman in the war, in the battlefield if you can't handle the smoke. When I'm giving her the smoke. Now, all of us niggas on this internet are punk ass niggas. Real talk.
Well, I want to say that. First of all, I want to say that Noble actually was right. 1914, the Fed was actually.
But you want to say that shit if Angry Man was up there cooking?
Open. It was that Noble actually was right. 1914. First of all.
All right, go ahead, Roy. You got it.
First of all, I want to say that Noble actually was right. 1914, the Fed was actually open. They started using it and then open for business in 1945 is when they started the circulation bond. So he was correct on that.
Salute to you for being a real.
I love that accountability. It looks so attractive on a woman.
Hey. I'm just saying, I don't want him to take it wrong.
This accountability on a woman is a good.
Go ahead. But okay, all right, let it go. Hold on, brother. Come on, decorum, because I got
black males in America. The birth control sector households. Technology revolution, American history agenda, and being birthed. Black people.
I'm getting real sick of you simp ass niggas, bro. Real talk with you YouTube niggas. Y'all talk that smack because we on YouTube. We don't see each other in real life. Y'all don't know me in real life either. Bruh, I'm not even gonna get into that.
Expanding the black family because it was black married families that actually funded the civil rights movement in these contiguous states. Right after the blacks and drug dealers trying to take advantage of women and misuse them.
Yeah, but that wasn't the majority. She's talking about the blaxploitation stuff, right? Well, like I said earlier, black men were held accountable for pimp and Mac culture. That's why when you come to the Gen X, a lot of the brothers in the Gen X was trying to get away from that image and clean up their image. Michael Jai White, he did a interview with Vlad TV talking about blaxploitation and how he participated into it and why he stepped away from it because a lot of the OGs he was speaking to held him accountable for that, right? See what I'm saying? And I will agree that the media put black men in a bad light, but black women, you allowed the media to weaponize you against black men, and you willingly did it.
It also dare you.
Like, I'm not afraid of any of you niggas on YouTube. Because if you put it on me, it's going to be a demon in your face. Like, you don't know who I know out here in New York. You don't know what I know out here in New York.
To what you said, opposed to the unit spearheaded by the woman who has brought into black men, the so-called black men, people, this woman.
I want to get to this.
110th Street.
Hard. You don't think this is hard work? Shit, you try it. Go ahead, Yardy, you got it.
All right, so you had black women in the 1930s doing dirty blues, called, a person by the name of Lucille Bogan called Shave and Dry. Then you got Clara Smith talking about it's tight like that. So clearly you had black women that was promoting 304 culture back in the early 1920s. So if we're going to say that black men are, like what Noble was saying, black men with West Coast connection, misogynistic groups against women, well, women were putting themselves in the 304 category since the 1920s.
Man, since forever, that's the oldest.
Like, come on, I did a whole video exposing FBA women promoting, because they were trying to blame Caribbean music for why the music is trash. But I showed you FBA women promote hookup culture from the 1930s.
Best profession ever in the world. But anyway, go ahead.
So you're not going to talk about the black men singing torch songs as well? You do know that.
I'm 32 years of age. So from the time I was born, I posed the facts that Raw B said, but posed black men as niggas ain't shit, niggas ain't that, niggas is gay, niggas is this, niggas is that. They didn't present that, okay, listen, the government is doing this to our black men, the government is doing that to our black men, and we need our black men back in the homes. Then black women chose, while black men during the civil rights era was fighting and losing their lives for that platform, as Robbie brought to attention, black women chose to say, okay, cool, we're going to follow white women and they're feminists. So that small act community that created that movement, why did black women follow those people to go against and rebel against their men's hierarchy? But then so it's like, it sounds good what you're saying now, is that I've never heard any black women throughout my lifetime go on any platform and say, listen, the government is doing this, this is what forces are being.
Everyone go through is 90% of the problems that everyone go through is 100% your fault.
Wrong. Because to say that to me is that everything that's happening to black people or to people in general, they can control what's happening to them. You can't control 100% of the things that's happening to 90% of the people. If I'm walking down the street and somebody decides to perform a drive-by and one of those bullets I catch a stray, how was that my fault? That's not my fault. How was I supposed to control or stop them from doing a drive-by? But I caught a stray. Right? I can only control me and what I'm doing. If I decide to go on a date with a chick, right? My intention is to have a good time. If after that date, and her mindset is, oh, this nigga's a sucker, I can't control her thoughts of me. I only can control the thoughts of myself and present myself. I know I'm not a sucker. I know I'm not a trick. I know I'm a good dude. But according to her brain and her mindset, she's trying to run a game on me. I can't control that. I can only control how I respond to it. So if I find out that this person was using me as food or whatever she was trying to run a game on me about, I have to make a decision if whether I want to deal with that situation or not when it's presented to me. But I can't control what that chick is going to do. To say that would say that it's 100% of the small hat community's fault because they went through the Holocaust. To say you're then now also agreeing that black folks going through 400 years of slavery is their fault. 100% their fault. It's not 100% their fault because they were brought here involuntarily. Or if they were already here already, somebody came here and by force enslaved them.
Hold on. We attract it's not that you go, if a hurricane was to like I forgot her name, Claire Huxtable. Why didn't they follow those? Instead, they follow rappers or entertainment or whatever the rappers are pushing.
So,
what I was saying right there is, you had various prominent black shows like a Bill Cosby, like a Good Times, like a Martin, like a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Hold on, some nigga here talking about OG. Hold on.
For example, black Indian influenced people. And you don't like Bill Cosby, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Black programs that preach black home. You had various black programs that preach black home. You had right?
And that's why I used that. Go ahead. Somebody's about to say something.
Yeah. Okay, so I agree with Izzy Benz about that. we want to talk about media, and you had the Cosby Show. You had various black programs that preach black home.
What's wrong with the Bill Cosby Show Cellulite podcast? This is the same Cellulite podcast that got jumped up on This Might Be Risky and was telling other men that he should be secure that your woman is going to have male friends. This is the same cat. This is the same cat.
Yeah, okay, you don't like Bill Cosby, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. She went on a run about media and how media influenced people, correct? So we have black family shows that promoted black families with black men in it. Why did not black women, for the example of those TV shows like Aunt Viv, like I forgot her name, Claire Huxtable, why didn't they follow those? Instead they follow rappers or entertainment or whatever the rappers are pushing.
And you have plenty of prominent hip hop figures in hip hop, in rap culture and hip hop. Queen Latifah was one of them. Queen Latifah had the big crown on her head, pro-black, all of that. You had plenty of pro-black female artists that were rapping and spitting consciousness. Why did not black women follow that? And listen to what Cellulite Podcast response was.
So
because people love stimulus. They didn't really pay attention to women who were stepping up and actually advocating for black men.
The women stepping up and advocating for black men were also stimulus. That's the stimulus. Why did not black women follow the good stimulus? Why did they choose to follow the bad stimulus?
They didn't pay attention to that. They loved putting the camera on the woman who would get out there and say deplorable shit about black men, just like they would love to put the camera on the black man who would get out there and say deplorable.
The difference is when black men get out there and said certain things about black women, we get held accountable and checked for it. That's the difference. Black women were allowed unchecked to say things about black men, but black men were not allowed to say things about black women. Like, who you niggas trying to gaslight, bro?
Bullshit about black women. The truth of the matter is, it's been tons of people, and I wish I had more accurate data, but I'm not at home. It's been tons of people who has advocated for the black family to return back to a position of being successful.
And why did black women choose to follow rap entertainment against those tons of black people that advocated for the black family? And you can't tell me that black men don't believe in black families, because 70% of black men are the most involved fathers in their household. That's a stat. A lot of black men, especially in these hoods, project buildings, try to make it work out with their baby mama, try to be fathers in their children's lives. But the baby mama tries to prevent that shit from happening. So black men have tried to make it work with a black family. The black woman just rejects it. You can't lead somebody that rejects your leadership or don't want to follow you.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
hold on.
I can't wait to become a big motherfucker in this YouTube space. Because I'm going to study how to debate and argue and teach you niggas how to debate properly.
Because hold on real quick, Sal, because this is the thing, right? You can't negate, you can't say that as flippantly as you have, right? Because you had Maxine Waters back in the days. You had C. Dolores Tucker back in the days who really seen this coming, but was demonized. You had Shahrazad Ali. You had Sister Soldier. You had Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. You had a plethora of women. You had Queen Afua. Shout out to Queen Afua. You had a plethora of women who were advocating and who were, you know what I'm saying, being celebrated for what they brought to the table. So it wasn't just that women were being demonized, or women in the 90s, women were being...
All these women that he mentioned were put on a pedestal. Black women is God. But black women didn't follow these women. Black women didn't follow the men that they were promoting. They chose to follow rap entertainment.
celebrated. They were being exploited. Yes, they were being celebrated though. They weren't being demonized or shamed or
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
One of the critiques about Queen Latifah is how she walked away from who she was in hip hop, and she sold herself for something new. That's one of the critiques. They're not praising Queen Latifah for selling her soul right now. They're actually upset that she stepped away from being conscious like the way she was back in the day.
I'm not saying that they were being demonized. What do you mean? I'm saying that. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. If you're talking about that point, yeah. But the entertainment artists, that and the other, they put the camera on those people because that's what engaged people because of their stimulus.
Okay, so why wouldn't black men or black women who are in good relationships with black men, why did they allow what they saw on TV about black men to twist them from, or to lead them away from the good black men they were in relationships with or they were seeing in their environment? That's the question.
The interest was all in about the destruction of the black community.
No, not back then. I disagree heavily with you because they had Mooney Love, Queen Latifah, Daggone India Ari, Erykah Badu, Jill Scott, what's my sister name? Bahamadia, what's the sister name?
That was doing what?
That was during the late 90s.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying during.
I mean, they good.
Because there was lots of black women who was really advocating for the image of not just the black woman, but also the black man to be put in a position of positivity.
So if that's the case, right? If that's the case, why didn't black women follow those? And how come Phil Donahue's version of black women and all these other versions of black women on these various talk shows, how come black women decided to follow those women instead and not the ones you're talking about? So he's defeating his own talking point.
But my point was, why did not the majority of black women follow those women? Instead, they followed the negative women. And you said that they were being pushed in the face.
I couldn't tell you, but I can tell you this, how it works in human nature. The way it works in human nature is we are drawn to chaos and we are drawn to negativity. If it's positive, it's boring. So
yeah, but you can correct black men when it comes to being drawn to negativity, but you can't correct black women.
If those women, they can.
This hashtag that life. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? This is Nina. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Y'all be like Chicago Rilla. We just need 6 more people to reach our goal. Yes, you are. That's why I say he's and all slick. They're coming at you live and direct. So you should be able to, especially.
Hold on. Israel.
The chick is disrespectful to him. He a sucker. He a lion.
Hashtag Thug Life. Thank you very much. Yeah. So
I gotta get
Cornelia.
Okay, cool. I appreciate it. Nikki.
I don't like to be corrected.
Hold on, no, it's cool. Nikki Giovanni. You know what I'm saying? What's my sister name? Billie Holiday. What's the other sister? Nina Simone. Yeah, man. So many. But anyway, shout out to that. Shout out to you. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Y'all be like Chicago Rilla. We just need 6 more people to reach our goal. And y'all do you got after this. Let me just celebrate them. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
I'm on my. I got dropped.
Well, Erykah Badu. No, please let me know.
Okay.
Black men got held accountable for that. When it came from whatever influences we were pushing that was negative towards the community, we got held accountable for that. I'm the kind of hey, y'all gotta step your game up. So the difference is that black men are negative influences. Even to this day with hip hop, we get held accountable for those things. I didn't hear black women getting held accountable for whatever ratchet activity they were doing during the night.
Black women don't get held accountable for Sexy Red and Meg Thee Stallion. Why is somebody calling me while I'm doing something? God damn. Black women don't get held accountable for Sexy Red and the Meg Thee Stallions. As a matter of fact, if you try to come at Sexy Red or Meg Thee Stallion, they're gonna come at you. So,
and he's in public media.
You're saying that black men were being held accountable during those times. That's what you said, correct?
Yes.
if black men are supposed to be the leaders, would you not talk to the leaders so they can get their people into subject order?
This is the feminist argument. The difference is black men have stepped their game up and black women have chose not to step their game up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You've been talking to black men and they have been stepping up their game, especially with Gen X that was trying to get away from the player culture. The thing is that if black men are stepping up their game and black women are not stepping up their game, why are black women not following those black men who are stepping up their game?
You would have to talk to those black women that's not following that culture, because I guarantee you there's tons of black women who have actually went the road that's opposite.
Where the fuck are those women, bro? And why can't black women find them?
To what it is that you're describing, and they don't.
I was going to say, Artie.
It's a Pavlovian conditioning. Understand? And sound once certain things happen, you already know that. So Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X on the Mount.
I don't want to hear that shit.
Continuing. Following after, right along. The women in their nation. So when we're talking about the after effect, and you're talking about, well, why aren't women doing this? Why aren't women doing that? Because for so many years, y'all have also conditioned women that what you want is women with fat booties, slim waists, big titties, long hair, willing to be the free.
Black men also said they wanted black women who are modest, ladylike, submissive, who are not rude, who are not loud, who are not obnoxious. So why did you only listen to the big booties, fat ass, long titties, and all these other things? Why didn't you not listen to the black men that were preaching black women to be good and natural? Every time black men tell black women to be natural and righteous, you tell us that we're lame and we're gay.
Codes that you want in the
We also said we want good women that are modest. The problem is it's not the black man leadership. It's the problem is y'all don't listen.
Listen to what?
Listen to who you're attracted to. Listen to what black women came out and said we're looking for modern women, we're looking for traditional women, and how many found them niggas that's us out.
I wasn't finished speaking and I didn't interrupt you. What do you want us to listen to? The fact that it's okay for y'all to have outside sex, the fact that y'all don't want to date and court a woman because if a woman doesn't give you vagina on the first date, then she's not worthy of your relationship, your time, or attention.
You listening to them player Mac niggas. Every time, listen, they're listening to the player Mac niggas. That's not the most majority of black men. Most majority of black men are willing to court a black chick. Most black men are willing to vet a black chick and not have sex on the first day. But guess what? Them black men who are willing to do that, they get played and ran game on. They get looked at as suckers and lames for doing that. They get put in the friend zone for doing that.
The fact that you want to know what that mouth do. The fact that you want to know what that mouth do. Like, what are we talking about here?
Hold up. Hold on. The black men that say they want to not sleep with you on the first day and court you, y'all call them niggas lame and y'all run game on them niggas. Them niggas is sick, y'all.
We run game on them and they lame.
Yes. So, the nigga that's willing to be a gentleman to you, open car doors, all these other things, that's the sucker, the simp, the lame. That nigga gets saved in your phone as food and movie nigga.
What are you talking about? What are y'all talking about?
Because that not exist. That's
not
Here's where they're going to get into the subjective BS of you didn't pick the right chick and the poor little black woman. You didn't get into that nuance when you led with it. In the beginning, you led with in generalities. And when they tell black, and so this is how it's go. When they tell black men what to do when it comes to women, they don't break down what's a good woman and what's the right woman. They just say if black men do this thing is going to magically happen. This guaranteed result is going to happen from the woman. Then when black men go out there and do the thing, and he doesn't get that guaranteed result that's being promised to him by black culture, then we'll tell him, well, you didn't find the right woman, or you date in the wrong dating pool. Well, instruct a nigga what's the right dating pool. Instruct a nigga what does a right woman look like. but they're not given those proper instructions or training.
One mic. Hold on. One mic.
How far down am I?
Hold on, good up. You. This is the thing. I don't know. When you say seniority, when you say that they're not listening, that you think the problem is they're not listening, y'all give him a chance to articulate that point. What do you mean when you say that?
All right. So if we recognize that the pimp and the player and these type of men are negative in society, and then you have black men that are stepping out and say, okay, cool, you guys cannot be doing that. Why black women still listening to what we already know is a negative, and why they not following the men that are saying, okay, cool, I'm willing to not be a player. I'm willing to be monogamous. I'm willing to court you and date you and treat you like be a gentleman and treat you good. But the women don't follow those men. When the men hold the men that are being players and mats and these things accountable, women don't listen to those men and say, okay, cool, you're holding them niggas accountable. We're going to follow your advice. We're not going to listen to them players, the players and the max. Instead, they keep following the thing that black men hold those men accountable, and that we already know is a negative thing to the community. And then on top of that, the black men who are willing to be gentlemen, they don't treat them niggas with respect. They call you lames, sucker, simps. If a nigga take a chick out to go to Ruth Chris, and that nigga, the chick is disrespectful to him, he a sucker, he a lame.
All because the nigga, man, shut your dominant ass up about cook these niggas, bro, B. You one of the strags I'm talking about. Yo, Anchorman is correct about these spaces, bro. Like, I'm not, listen, like, I don't know. If I become a big dog in this space, I don't know if I'm going to do panels like this where we debate. At least if I'm running it, we can have a proper debate. You've been cooking black men for the past 70 bumbleclot years, and black men have stepped their game up. We ain't cooking black women enough, right?
What the space say? Even got players and max on the internet that are saying them niggas is lame and suckers too, according to what the women say.
But hold on.
Did I lie when I say that? We have a whole entire space of players and Mac niggas on the internet along with the women. That if I take a chick, like Angry Man says, that we always determine the value of the man based upon how the woman responds to that man. I say that how a woman responds to that man is based upon herself 100% and not really what the dude is. I say that is because that woman has to choose how she wants to respond to you based upon what she thinks about you, how she views you. And that's not necessarily how you view yourself. So if I take a chick out to Ruth Chris, that's just what I like to do. I don't view myself as a sucker or a simp or any of these things. That's just something I like doing. I like treating a woman good that I like and I want to get to know. But that woman can say, well, he taking me to Ruth Chris. I could run a game on this nigga. I could trick this nigga. But if you put me in the room with another woman that says, okay, cool, he took me to Ruth Chris. He treated me good. He treated me like a gentleman. I like this nigga too. I'm attracted to this nigga too. I want to treat him good too. You can't call that nigga a sucker or simp no more. And it's all based solely upon what that woman thinks. And what that woman thinks is a heavy judgment upon the nigga. That's a problem. And we don't want to address it. We want to play around in this bullshit space about holding men accountable for this and that. We've been doing that for 70 years.
Hold on real quick. Okay, so I think that a couple of things are being conflated, right? Mm-hmm. So the thing is, if you do not make sure somebody... See, you as a man have to make sure whoever you're spending time with or whoever you're spending resources on is worthy of your time. right? And the truth of the matter is, whether that person is melanated or non-melanated, women operate in a certain way, right?
Agree.
And as a man, if you are not in charge of your own self and your own life, and you do not know how to carry yourself, you're going to be a victim no matter who you're dealing with.
The problem with that, Izzy Banks, which I do agree, is how you carry yourself. The woman might disagree with how you carry yourself, and you could be carrying yourself to the best of your abilities. That woman, if she views you as a sucker, she gonna view you as a sucker, no matter what woman it is. I don't care if it's a good woman or a bad woman, a lady or a good woman. You may carry yourself in a way of a strong, masculine, patriarchal dude. She's gonna view you as, she might, depending on who she is and her mindset, she gonna view you as a sucker and treat you as such. Now, I will say it's on the accountability of the man to identify when she's treating you like that way and then dismiss her. See what I'm saying? But that still doesn't take away or solve the issue of this woman not being held accountable for trying to treat you in that way. We hold men accountable for trying to do something to women that this woman is not agreeing to. We do that, but we don't hold that on the other end.
If they're black, if they're white, if they're, polka dot spotted, it doesn't matter. Women, the nature of women is that they need to feel a certain thing. They need to, as a man, they require certain things, whatever the case.
And I agree with that, right? I agree that a woman requires certain things from a man, and the man requires certain things from a woman. What's not discussed is, even though there's an objective basic, like a man got to smell good, be a good leader, be masculine, all these things, provider, all of these things, husband, all of these things, and a woman has to be submissive, kind, and all those other things that come with being a feminine woman. What we're not talking about is that woman's subjective mindset or how she thinks. You see what I'm saying? We're not talking about that woman has to find that dude, even though he has the basic things, she still has to be attracted to that guy based upon whatever is attractive to her. You see, a lot of times we fall into the trap of women's subjective thinking and try to appease the subjectivity of what she's attracted to. The problem with that is that her attractiveness, whatever she's attracted to, can change. Like the weather, because what she's attracted to is attached to her emotions and her feelings. So today she can feel like she's attracted to dudes with beards. Tomorrow she could be attracted to dudes with bald heads. And that's a flippity flop, all the way around type of thing. And the problem is that the dudes are with it now too, are doing the same shit now too. Because the dudes have been raised by their single mamas and following what women are saying.
So if you are leading with Ruth Chris and you're taking hold on, I know you're using an example, so I'm using your same example. Let me finish. If you are taking a 304 or a prostitute to
Izzy Bands, you don't know that the chick is a 304 yet. You even said that earlier. You don't know who the fuck this chick is from the beginning. You have no idea until you know what she's about in the long run. You don't know who she is up front.
Ruth Chris, you are using a major mischaracterization of your funds and a major misappropriation of funds. And so they sent, because he hold on of what you're giving. Hold on real quick. Hold on, I got you. I'm gonna read. Hold on real quick. So with that being said, what I'm trying to say is I think that that's two different points, right? I think that that's a universal point, and the subject that we're going into is a more nuanced conversation. Do y'all generally agree with me? Besides Yardy on what I'm saying, does everybody else generally agree with what I'm saying?
You're not wrong. Dudes is looking to get treated like well-off dudes from hoes.
Y'all have a guy called Philosophical. And Philosophical says that y'all love to quote, "You cannot tell the hoes from the good women because they stand too close to each other." So if a black man is out here dating and trying to find good women, if the hoes and the good women are standing too close to each other, how the hell he gonna tell who's who? And not all the women today are very direct about what they're looking for. You're not gonna know that shit until 10 dates to 3 months or 4 months down the line. I don't know if it's because Izzy Bands is out the game, but I'm in the game. I'm very aware of how women respond and can tell if they looking for a suck or not, based upon the words and the language they speak. I'm very able to tell that. But a lot of times, they don't say that shit out front. They don't present that image to you up front. They don't present a 3 or 4 image to you up front. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, a second. So I think we need to bring the focusing on that issue and universal problem.
From approaching a chick that she's a 3 or 4.
Yo, because you're supposed to talk to her. Yes, absolutely. Yo, okay, so look here. I'm gonna use my man voice.
No.
Okay, you do. Okay, Rob.
Rob, we ain't about to do it. Try it again.
All right.
So, Cellulite Podcast. You was on This Might Be Risky, telling other niggas, hey, you should be secure about your woman having male friends. And if you're not secure, and you're insecure if you don't want your woman to have male friends. But when we was going to do this hypothetical scenario, you was in your issues. You was being insecure in this moment. Hypocritical.
Hold on, chill out. So I will do it, it's fine. So yo, go ahead.
Bro, what's going on, shorty? Let me get your number.
I'm from East New York, Brooklyn.
Nah, you got it.
So when I used to approach chicks, that was my main thing. Hey, yo, shorty, let me get your number. Or, hey, yo, shorty, I like the way you look and you're attractive. Can I get your number? I'm from East New York, Brooklyn. That's how we talk. Or I would hit her with the wild bibs. Let me see how I walk, it look good. When I come talk to you, I get your number. My name is so-and-so. I've done that with I want to say, I can't give you I want to say I did it with a lot of women. I've done that with Asian women. I've done that with black women of all class levels. So.
I'm good.
All right, so you knew that she was a 3 or 4 because the first thing she said, hold on real quick.
But most women not going to tell you cash app her. Most women in the streets, when you approach them, they're not going to tell you cash app or some money. Israel Mills. So now I got to question your game. Most women not going to tell you cash app or some money. Come on.
The first thing that she said...
every chick presents their 3 or 4 behavior on their Instagram.
Come off was cash app. Or shortly thereafter, she gonna be talking about a bill.
Especially when I was in my 20-25, when I was a personal trainer out there like that, a lot of women that I were approaching and I would go on Instagram, they didn't present themselves as a 3 or 4 on Instagram. And not all of them would tell you, hey, cash app me some money. The chicks who did that, they did that like 4 months along the line when I was dating them. And when they did that, I cut them off. But they didn't present themselves as a 3 or 4 in the manner that Izzy Bands just did right off the rip.
We're talking about some money. See, these women nowadays, most of these women nowadays feel like they could, so it's not like direct. So it's, go ahead, bro.
That approach.
Well, it's cool.
What in the hell was that approach?
Well, it's cool.
Nah. The point is, you were supposed to be simulating somewhat.
This is another feminist tactic. Women trying to check other men how they're supposed to approach and how they're supposed to act and how they're supposed to do what they do. Listen, you're supposed to be yourself as a man, authentically you. If I approach you, hey yo shorty, or hey yo shorty, wagwan, or wagwan kati, I summon talk. Most yard man talk so. If you don't like the way me talk or my approach, then yo, that's go on about your business, but do not change. Because one girl don't like that. And we already know, like I said earlier, it depends on who the chick is attracted to. I've talked to chicks that look, that you would say like a 7 or an 8. And I would say, hey, yo, shorty, wagwan, or wagwan kati, or wagwan, look a woman, on them thing. And they respond good to it. And there are women that didn't respond well to it. All women are not the same. They're not a monolith. So this is Raw B trying to check me on how to talk. Because the men on the panel that's going to defend her, Willie Will, or Say You Like Podcast. And Say You Like Podcast know that. Izzy Baines know this. Noble Imhotep know this. Y'all supposed to be niggas in the game and approach chicks before my time. Y'all the OGs. I was like, bro.
You're approaching.
I'm not doing that.
Right, yeah, because we
But this is the thing. Y'all actually be approaching women like that, right? Hey, yo, shorty, let me get your number. What's up? What's poppin'? No. You know how a woman is? Yeah, but you know how a woman is looking at you? She looking at you like you an F-boy.
No, that's how you're looking at that person. Because I said, yo, shorty, what's poppin'? To chicks that look better than you, Robbie. More classy than you, Robbie. More traditional than you, Robbie. And I never had a response of she looking at me as hostile to her. I never had that. It's either she give me her number or she entertains me or she outright rejects me and leaves me alone. Despite this appearance I'll show you, this rugged appearance I'll show you on his YouTube, I'm actually a ladies nigga or a ladies man. I can actually attract women to me. I don't have that issue. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't see me as I get fly in real life because I'm on this phone and, you know, I'm struggling in a struggling position right now, which I'm going to get on my feet pretty soon. But, bro, B, I've never had that experience where I want them to shorty say, hey, yo, what's poppin'? Come in. I've used a plethora of lines and shit. This is I wasn't going to say my best shit to Izzy Banks because it's a dude.
She looking at you like
you looking at me as. You don't know that chick what she thinking.
Nah, but yo, she telling you in general, you don't think she know women? Like, come on, Johnny.
They don't know themselves.
I'm in a relationship.
Yeah, women don't know themselves. Women don't know what they want with themselves. You have to tell women what they want half the time, right? If you go on a date with a chick and she asks, where we going tonight? And you turn back to her and ask her, well, what do you want to do? She gonna look at you crazy because she won't look into you to tell her what to do and what she wants to do. Or tell her what you want to do and tell her what to do. So y'all letting. This is an old school tactics, bro. Old tactics. And I'm disappointed in Izzy Banks because I've heard that talking point before. I've heard women say, you got to talk to me this way. You got to talk to me in a gentleman-like fashion. And then she'll play them gentlemen-like niggas for suckers and simps. And then the nigga that talked to her, hey, yo, poppin', what's come in, she going to give them the box and the cookies. And good women and even ladies have fell for that, have done that. And y'all know this. Y'all are OGs. Y'all are older than me. So, but anyway, I've been on 4 hours. This is Kiss Shorty Gamer Nation. I gotta go eat. I gotta go rest up for tomorrow. I have a journey tomorrow. This is Kiss Shorty Gamer Nation. I'm out.